Welcome, friends. Welcome. I think the aircraft are just now leaving. They're like, Marines, we are leaving. Unfortunately, I just hopped on a little bit too late. They had been circling around, as you can see. Um, this will be a bit of a short stream. Apologize, I could not be here last night. I was just crawled into bed with my fever, and I'm feeling a lot better today, but it's been a little rough. If there had been some sort of a crisis, I would have been on when I woke up around 6 in the morning. I've been monitoring this Colorado wildfire, and Colorado meaning Palo, Colorado Canyon, California. Don't ask me why they name stuff like this. Over by Big Sur. More people have heard of Big Sur. And if you haven't heard of Big Sur, maybe you've heard of Monterey. If you haven't heard of Monterey, maybe you've heard of San Francisco. Well, it's south of there, on the coast. And hey, Husky Eagle, welcome, welcome. Hi, mods. I meant to do a tweet saying I'm going live, but boy, do I forget that stuff. Hey, Reverend, hello, how are you? Feels good to be streaming. Let's. Yeah, thank you. It's been rough ever since I got back from the California Madness trip and the whole getting snowed in the Sierras thing. Oh man, I'm working on getting healthier, and it's just a minor relapse, so to speak. But back to the fire here. I wanted to read you guys and get to the point for anybody who has to just tune in and just, I need the info about the fire. Here is the brass tacks of things right now. If we look at CAL FIRE, oh, whoops, I forgot to set this up. We go to fire activity and you can see the satellite views. I was very happy to see that last night when I monitored this, the fire perimeter has not spread when I checked it at 6 in the morning. And that was a nice sigh of relief. Got lucky on so many fronts with this particular fire. I mean, we're not lucky that one broke out, but going from there on out, fingers crossed, knock on wood, totally lucky. Very close to the coast, and boom, it ran into the great fire barrier called the Pacific Ocean, with the winds driving it west, with the fire probably wanting to spread and go elsewhere, but not really being able to. And there was a robust response from 13 agencies. They pounced on it. They got people out of the way. I have not heard of any structure loss, but fingers crossed, hopefully hopefully things are okay. I'm about to check all those details. Hey, welcome everybody. And I left you guys in good hands with Twitter. Called him an Aussie. Whoopsie, it's a Kiwi. California's fire scanner was on the scene, and a bunch of wonderful journalists and people covering it. So what's the outlook? What happened today? The aircraft have just probably left as it is now after dark. Looking out the window here. We had a nice robust response, and that's what was exactly needed. The wind calmed down, the humidity rose, and my friends in Santa Cruz were telling me today it was a dead calm. C-Probe reported also a dead calm earlier, and that was just perfect. So this could have been so much worse. I'm barring some unforeseen consequence, I think this is going to be a quick wrap up. That's why I did not feel compelled to have some sort of a long duration stream today and kind of prioritize rest and whatnot. So, oh yeah, EDAX fan, that's true. My eyes popped out of my head. 141 mile an hour wind gusts with this Santa Ana / Diablo wind event recorded this morning at 6:30 at Kirkwood, and boy, it feels like I was just at Kirkwood. I mean, I was hanging out with Sarah Luna up there in Tahoe, and I can tell you what, Kirkwood is a scary place to have high winds. I'll get to that in a bit. Husky Eagle says, my power is out because of the strong Santa Anas. Yes. I want to quickly run down what a Santa Ana and a Diablo wind is. I just tweeted that we need to stop confusing the public. Go ahead and whine and complain and moan about climate change. It's definitely a thing, an occurrence, a real thing. We don't allow climate change debates on like how responsible is mankind versus natural processes. Those debates go nowhere. They're not related to fire. It We just have to deal with whatever conditions show up, man-made or not. So I don't allow debates. Just people divide themselves, attack each other, and we need to unite to stop disaster. So it is here. It's been extremely odd La Nina year, which is the wild card type of year, which means you can have anything from extreme drought to extreme snowpack in the same year, extreme heat and extreme cold. And boy, did we get that as a double whammy. This has been one of the worst California's winters that I can remember. And I chose, of course, to go into the Sierras in the worst winter in 22 years. So, yeah, it's been fun, but I can't complain. I'm just so sympathetic to all the people who had to endure that because they live there. That last storm that took out power, it was around Christmas, was just insanity. So no, I'm not complaining about my really mild experience of getting snowed in there for 2 weeks. I was relatively lucky compared to what happened right after I left the Sierras, but it's been extreme. And fortunately, California has had a pretty wet winter thanks to the back-to-back snows, atmospheric rivers, pineapple storms, whatever you wish to call that. And this was our first taste of our first big winter fire. Big quotation marks. It had the potential to be way larger, but like I said, we got lucky on several fronts. One of which it started right next to the coast. And as you can see from the diagram, what Diablo and Santa Ana winds do is come racing out of the Nevada desert, pushed by the jet stream. Every winter, the jet stream just has a kink in it like so. And this will happen just randomly. You can't really predict exactly when. You can see it coming in a short-term forecast. The weather people can. However, you can't say in the summer how many Santa Ana wind events are going to occur in winter. It's just going to happen or it's not. Just like you can't tell how many winter storms are going to happen in the winter. But they are normal, perfectly normal. They are geography-based, nothing to do with climate change, so taxing cow farts is not going to do anything for us. In fact, nothing that humankind did would change Santa Ana winds. They are geography-based, seasonal, October through February. That's Santa Ana / Diablo wind season. So the jet stream will occasionally kink down there, just because of high pressures being around Oregon and Great Basin. And they will push these hot, dry Nevada winds at hurricane speeds over, like a roller coaster, the Sierra Nevada mountains. They plunge, accelerate, pick up speed, race over the valley, hit a speed bump at the Coast Range Mountains. And all that wind has to go somewhere. All that incredible amount of pressure is like sticking a jar. If you think of the California Valley as a jar, what would happen if you filled it up with a fire hose really fast? But it's a normal sized jar. It would spill out really quick with a high amount of pressure. And the winds have to go somewhere. And there's only 2 places in California where winds can most easily just leave the valley. And that's roaring past Mount Diablo by the San Francisco Bay and leaving San Francisco Bay area, or down by Santa Ana, which is over there by Pasadena and LA. So these 2 particular points, as demonstrated here by the 2 red arrows, get some of the highest wind speeds in winter that get clocked in California. And through the mountain passes like Kirkwood, which is a ski resort and area by Tahoe, and Echo Summit, the wind from Nevada is funneled in the first place, and so those clock incredibly high speeds, which is why we have 141, which popped my eyes out of my head this morning at Kirkwood. We are incredibly lucky that no fires started in the Sierras and blew all the way down to the valley, because that could have happened in the last 24 hours. Just so happy that that did not happen. Counting these blessings, we'll take all we can get. So, EDAX fan says a yurt structure was lost. That's hopefully that will be it. It's sad because it was somebody's little home or property, but fingers crossed, hopefully it's not going to be too bad. So the EDAX fan says the acreage of the Colorado fire was downgraded to 1,050 today. Oh, good, good. But it's still sizable, being a 1,000-acre fire. But mostly, it's because it ran into the ocean, and that was why it didn't spread. With high wind speeds, the typical thing that you see with fire is it's like a spearhead. It will just start in one point, and the wind is pushing it, and it will make a spear-like straight line sort of a deal through the terrain, and then it'll slowly widen out around the flanks, especially as the wind dies down. But fire is slave to the wind. It will always follow the wind, whichever direction it's blowing, and it'll race along ridges and through canyons and such. And so the fact that it was narrow and started by the coast, perfect. Boy, sigh of relief. What if it had started anywhere east? You can't stop a fire when it starts like that with high wind gusts. The embers just go crazy. So if it had started anywhere east of here, everything in the path would have likely just met instant destruction with no possibility of saving a town, structure, or anything in the way. In a windstorm, in a firestorm with Santa Ana's blowing, it is really like trying to put out, gosh, what kind of analogy could I say here? I don't even know. It would be like with wind trying to throw coffee out of your driver's side window and trying not to hit your own vehicle, like trying to launch it away from your vehicle. Nothing would happen. You just can't fight fires like that and have anything be that effective. You wet down one structure, go to the next one to wet it down, knowing the fire's coming, and in 10 minutes it's air dried. What are you going to do? That's why you can't defend your dwelling or anything with a garden hose. So yeah, a grease fire, exactly. It's just you try to put water where it needs to go. Aircraft sprays the landscape instead of what you're trying to do. Hey, Sarah, hello, welcome. Sarah says the winds here in Tahoe have been crazy the past 24 hours. Do you have power? That would surprise me. The brass tacks about this, I want to read why I have a rosy outlook on things. And CAL FIRE, would you please respond? Okay. So looks like the official CAL FIRE site is still saying 5% containment. I'm wondering if that's the ocean. I mean, that counts. It's been active for about 24 hours. Affected one county so far, which is Monterey. 1,500-ish acres, maybe downgraded a little bit. Cause still unknown. Damage and losses, one structure damaged. And like EDAX fan said, was probably a yurt. Sounds almost like a camping kind of a thing. This is known for the lovely redwoods on the coast, but the kind of terrain and the fuels here are pretty much flashy, scrubby stuff. The redwoods are really hugging the coastline. I've got a diagram here. I was worried as soon as I heard Big Sur, like, oh no, the redwoods, please don't say we lost more redwoods. But here's a diagram that I can't make any bigger. Wait, maybe I can try. And you see how they just hug the coast? Everything, just look from Monterey south here. They really hug the coast. And so you just almost throw a rock and you get to the more scrubby, rocky, they're more like hills than mountains, the Coast Range. I call them mini mountains. Let's just call them mini mountains. We won't disrespect them too much. Mega hills, mini mountains, whatever you want to call that. Full of oaks and dried grass. There have been fires in the area, but not in this particular spot where it's burning. So in like the last century, in the relevant last 70 years. So the fuel load has got to be enormous. And but thank God it's right next to the coast. So I've seen some images of it burning next to these iconic bridges. I don't think the bridges are in danger. They're mostly concrete structures, the ones you see on TV all the time. The Rocky Point and the Bixby, huge arch, wonderful, nice looking structures that A lot of people would recognize not by name but by sight. And did I have it over here somewhere? Oh, I had it, but it was on Google Maps. So if I go to Big Sur, I bet it would zoom right into the bridge. Ah, there it is. So it's burning right up in here and underneath the bridge, and you can see how kind of scrubby that is. Nice thing about flashy, scrubby kind of fuels is, while they can be pretty intense and move real rapidly, they peter out. You know, they're gosh, it's so pretty. This is just iconic and wonderful. So it's really sad to hear anything in this region burning, but I am really glad that it's not in the redwoods, as far as I can tell right now. So the rest of the forecast, which is incredibly important, to reach this information, you just type in Google NOAA, NOAA, and then Big Sur. You'll get here to the forecast page. Sorry, I'll look at chat in a bit. Just trying to go through the content so people get the information they need. And I'm so happy to report the 69% humidity. Awesome. That makes all the difference. Humidity determines how hard the fire is to put out. Like, just higher the humidity, the more the flames struggle to get big, stay tall, and spread. It's incredibly important. I never knew that when I was, young, but you just want to see 35 plus to be in a sigh of relief zone. If you're in 45 plus, you're like, oh yeah. And anything higher than 55, you're like, yeah. As a firefighter, 69, yeah. And at that point, you're just about damp. You're starting to really celebrate humidity like that. And it's not even, darkness has just fallen, but it's not even due time. So there's no foreseeable rain in the next 7 days, but I don't think that they need it. I think this will start to wrap up very quickly based on the fuel types, from what I can understand, based on the fact that they do have routes of rapid response, such as Highway 1 here. It'll be quite difficult to get to the deeper areas, the deeper hills. They seem to be mostly trail access in the area. But with the aircraft show that showed up today, and they just did back-to-back splashes of probably, retardant. I didn't see any of them. Aircraft is what turns the tide on fires when they're, in the first couple of days. So aircraft response was robust. I didn't get to watch all of it. When you see all this info and you want to get down to like more, what can you expect? You want to scroll down to the bottom to this tiny little thing that says forecast discussion. And I just right-click that to open up a new page. Let's see if I can get this bigger. Yeah, sort of. Okay, I hope this is readable. So the general synopsis, and you always look at what time this is. This is about 4 p.m. Pacific, of course. The synopsis is offshore winds, meaning offshore, meaning coming from the ocean to the land. What offshore means. No, sorry, excuse me. I got that backwards. My gosh, excuse me. Offshore winds across North Bay are beginning to show signs of weakening, and but conditions are still gusty over higher terrain. Now, what is the way that I used to say that? If you're swimming onshore, you're going towards the shore, right? You're going onshore, meaning coming from the ocean to the shore. That's onshore. So offshore winds come from the land, and I know that sounds weird. Now that I have a fever, I'm going to double check that. So offshore winds. This is too important to be like confused in a fever. Definition. Excuse me. Yeah. What are the differences? Blah 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 blah. Wind's a source of net. You don't have to define wind. You just need to tell us what we need to know. A wind is a natural source of renewable power. Oh, okay, that's nice. But onshore wind is the wind that blows from the sea towards the land. That's it. I had it correct. When you're swimming in the ocean and you want to You want to get to shore. You're going on shore. Like you're a seaman, you are looking for your vacation, your shore leave, so you're going on shore from the ocean to the shore. Yes. All right. Back to business. Sorry, guys. Fever. So, offshore winds across North Bay are beginning to show signs of weakening, but conditions are still gusty over higher terrain. Otherwise, expect mostly sunny, mild, and dry weather this weekend and through much of next week. Sounds perfect for recreation, actually. Light rain chances may return towards the end of the month. Well, that's a little bit different from yesterday's report, where there was a possibility, they said, of getting some sprinkles within about 8 days from now. So now it's just possibility, and we'll hope to get some. So discussion was as about 2 p.m. During the morning hours, we continue to see strong gusts over the North Bay Mountains. The Healdsburg Hills, North Station, had a gust of 77 miles. Dang. Around 9 a.m. and the Pine Flat Road Station had a gust of over 90 at 10 a.m. this morning. So that's tornado speeds, but it's a gust. So that's the kind of thing where you're looking out your window and a tree just can't take it anymore and says, "That's it, I quit life." It might crack and fall over, or shed giant branches, and you have your power leave and your satellite damaged on the roof. That's the kind of wind speed that is. And that's when big rig drivers get really nervous and try to park diagonal on the shoulder of the road so they don't get overturned. So, dang. This is near the area of the fire, too. Because some of these peak gusts were persisting, we extended the high wind warning until 4 p.m. for the North Bay Hills. And, well, yeah, this talking past tense. Latest observations at 2 p.m. have diminished, such that the peak gusts are ranging from 35 to 55 miles an hour across the North Bay. I have noticed that the offshore pressure gradient from WMC to SFO, which is San Francisco Airport, has gradually decreased and is currently just under 11 millibars. If that trend continues and the observations match the trend, then we will be able to cancel the high wind warning before 4 p.m. And this seems really like they should have updated this since then. What is it, 6? So, like I said, locals have reported not much wind. We'll check on wind speed in a sec. It's been a busy day due to fire activity last night and into today. With winds remaining gusty across the North Bay Hills, it's still wise to be cautious in any activities that could produce a spark. Well, that's always wise. That's what I have to add there. Because even if the wind falls below the high wind warning criteria, they can still help spread fire, should there be any starts. Yes. Good fire news is that the geysers wildfire in Sonoma County was contained this morning. Woohoo! Oh, thank you so much, Husky, for the donation. You're so wonderful. He says, "Here's a meal, and I tested positive for COVID 3 weeks ago. It was mild. The symptoms, mild symptoms, and quarantined for 10 days, and everybody stay positive." I'm so glad you're okay that it was mild for you, Husky. It's been real. Oh, hey, Havoc. Hello. It has been real scary. I had a friend hospitalized, and it's, I did not get it, and I will tell you guys my the more elaborate COVID story later. I did the rapid test and the drive-up test, and both are negative. I've been in quarantine since I returned. Haven't seen another human being for about a week or two now, and I'm kind of rocking back and forth saying, "I'm in solitary confinement, help." But no, you guys are here, and I'm cool now. So let's go and back to this forecast. And while the Colorado fire in Big Sur continues, the forecast calls for light winds ranging 5 to 10 miles an hour for the rest of the weekend and light onshore flow this afternoon. Then again Sunday afternoon should help boost the humidity. And boy, we're already feeling that sweet 69 right now. 69% humidity. Oh yeah, we'll take it. And I'll drink to that. I've got some tea here, so. So, as for the rest of the forecast, satellite shows mostly sunny skies for much of the state. Current temps are generally within a few degrees of what they were yesterday, which is kind of nice and warm. Generally a little warmer in the North Bay, as offshore flow persists with adiabatic, adiabatic, adiabatic. I'm gonna. How do you say that, folks? Warming from downsloping winds. And a little cooler for South Bay in the Monterey region, which is where this fire is, with the light onshore flow. Max temps should be ranging mostly in 60s with a few nearing 70. Sunday will be similar as highs stay within a few degrees of today, but that looks like slight cooling for Monday and Tuesday as a weak upper low hovers over our region, while still a strong ridge sits over the Pacific. But our highs will still generally be in the 60s. By midweek, that ridge moves into the west coast and will nudge temperatures back up again with highs in the 60s and low 70s. Dang, it makes me want to visit right now. That sounds great. I mean, it's been gloomy, rainy, foggy stuff in the Pacific Northwest, and I appreciated that so much, and I wanted it all summer. But gosh, this sounds so lovely. And folks, don't cancel plans if this fire might just be wrapped up. Or remake them, as long as it's safe and as long as things are open. Because remember how bad hit the tourism industry has been, how much they depend on you to come spend money at places like the coast. Try to take a rain check if you have to, but please do go and visit the businesses and show up. And even if a wildfire has been around an area, there's so much that's still nice in the region. This is sounding like perfect and amazing weather. Just, of course, be quite vigilant. So blah 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 blah. Everything is perfect for firefighting. High humidity, low winds, nice clear skies, so that aircraft can take off. This is a gift. Raising the glass, very grateful. We have to appreciate all gifts. If you're going to have a fire, this one this close to the coast, and when there's only a nighttime and an early morning of wind to spread it, and fast, robust response from our heroes, and a place where they can get to it quickly. Perfect. Knock on wood, perfect. So we must remain vigilant throughout the winter. Guys, California's worst fire season is indeed winter, because these Diablo and Santa Ana winds happen. When they're happening, even an urban area such as Oakland is not safe. We must remember the Oakland fire. It was basically what just happened in the state of Colorado, not the Colorado fire, but the state of Colorado on New Year's Eve with the Marshall Fire, which, breaking news, may have been caused by a coal mine. Can't make this up. But going back to the original thing, I'll get to the coal mine theory in a second. What we saw in Colorado was what you see neighborhoods erased. That happened in one of the most dense urban areas of California, Oakland. And the Oakland fire is early 90s was so incredible. Fighters that tell me that they witnessed it just couldn't believe the rate of spread. It was they would show up and start trying to hook up to hydrants and such, but the rate of spread was that every 45 seconds a new structure was on fire. There was no way to fight that. There was nothing to do, but you get out of the way, you escort victims to safety, and rescue anybody who can't leave by themselves. You wait for the wind event to just calm the heck down, and then you go in and you fight the fire. So not even a firefighter can do anything in a wind event. Do not think that a garden hose or sprinkler system or anything like that would ever protect you in such a situation. You have got to leave or shelter in a safe space. And people think that winter fires are unusual. They're not unusual. They are more rare for obvious reasons. Much of the winter is damp. But the wind conditions, these are hot winds. They're coming out of Nevada. They are drying. Even if there's a damp kind of situation where you're at, If these winds that are 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts that are just coming and coming and coming, after just a couple of hours, even the most moist, well-watered tree is going to look shriveled, as if every leaf was a piece of paper that you crumpled up in your hand. I witnessed this myself with the Labor Day windstorm event and couldn't believe it. But the wind will just push against trees, dry them out, and limbs and such just start snapping off, and embers float around as thick as like they're giant glowing orange snowflakes in a blizzard. There's no way that you can defend a property or anything. And you can't outrun a fire in this situation either. So notice which way the wind is blowing. Try to evacuate if you're in a car, just like you would, just the way you would calmly act if you were caught in a rip current and dragged out to sea as a swimmer. You don't fight it. You don't do anything but swim parallel to shore. So it's evacuate parallel to the perpendicular, not with it. Don't go the same direction. Cross the T. If the winds are part of the T, you cross it. You go the opposite direction that it's going. Hope that makes sense. Pardon my fever. So you can't outrun it. Flames are behind you. What's going to happen is you turn some corners and then flames are in front of you. And you're like, how did that happen? Well, embers flew a mile ahead of you, started a fire in front of you, and now your vehicle can't pass it. This is why you should definitely have a bunch of alternate routes planned. Have an A, B, and C evacuation route in 3 different directions. Always in the back of your mind which way you're going to go. And depending on where the wind is blowing and where the fire is coming from, take the most appropriate route. You can't outrun one. And never leave a place of safety for a questionable route that might be clear, that might be usable. If you're in a big box store parking lot, like that Costco in the Marshall fire, I was pulling my hair out because unfortunately the police and first responders were telling them to get onto the roads and try to drive away from the fire. They were perfectly safe where they were. There's a big open area of land where nothing can burn, like a big box store parking lot. Stay in your vehicle there and you're safe. Ask any of the Paradise survivors how they sheltered in parking lots. Big baseball diamonds, open fields, golf courses, sandy lots, construction sites, rocky areas. Those are perfectly safe as long as there's wide enough radius and there's no burning tree that'll fall on you. We're talking about, your normal wildfire, not like you're in the middle of the woods and there's, 300-foot tall trees that can fall and crush you and like a 300-foot wall of flame. We're talking neighborhoods and suburbia. The library's parking lot, the grocery store parking lot might be your best bet, especially if visibility is down to nothing and your only way out would be driving in the same wind direction that the fire's going. Better to shelter in place. I'm here to answer any questions about that. So can all my mods. It's just one of the safety things we teach here. And firefighters want you to know this. I pass on the information that firefighters want you to know. Not my own random speculation. If I have that sort of thing, I make it very clear. It's my random speculation. This is proven survival strategy. If you can't shelter in your vehicle, bridges and culverts are your other best bet. Get in a sewer if you really have to. But very few people have the strength to open a manhole. So just be sure that when you make an evacuation route and you notice where every culvert is and every bridge, make sure get out and inspect it, before fire season happens, that you definitely could get inside the culvert, that there's not some sort of a beaver bar barrier on it, or a little gate or anything, or a bunch of brambles where you actually can't get inside. Make sure it's not too steep. But if you do have this evacuation route plan in your head, before fires happen. It's way better to plan ahead, so you just follow your plan than try to come up with a plan in a crisis and dig out old maps and waste time and get online and such when you should be out the door grabbing the keys. So if you have any questions about any sort of situation like that, we're here to help. As far as the Marshall Fire and the coal mine thing, there are 2 different coal mines near Boulder, Colorado that are on fire, just like Centralia, Pennsylvania, the town that became a ghost town because the coal mine underneath it was on fire and buildings kept falling into fiery pits. I had no idea Boulder had the same situation. Boulder, Colorado has a lot of abandoned coal mines. And so let's just see if I can bring that article up. The Marshall Fire coal mine. It blew me away when I was reading this. This brings back the importance of not only for the environment do we need to extinguish coal mine fires because they're constant CO2 and other pollutant sources. Hey, would you please load? Thank you. Excuse me, folks. Didn't mean to play that. Not only just because of that reason, but the fact that they could spark wildfires is new to me. I have not heard of this before. When you think of an underground coal mine fire, you think, well, it's safely underground. But this really opened my eyes. So this article is Fox 31, Colorado's very own. Courtesy of them, I'm going to read you a little bit. The Boulder County Sheriff's Office said Friday that they aren't ruling out any causes for the Marshall Fire. Remember, that was the one on the 31st of January that just ripped through neighborhoods in Colorado with astonishing speed, and I don't know how many lives it claimed, at least one. A miracle, not more. But it just roared through neighborhoods, everyone powerless to stop it. They said, we are investigating any and all potential causes, including coal mines in the area, power lines, human activity, etc. We are working diligently with our investigation partners to ensure the outcome of the investigation is thorough and accurate. We know the community members want to know what happened, and we are doing everything we can to make that happen. I like this communication because that was Carrie Haverfield, Public Info Specialist for Boulder County Sheriff's Office. So this article goes on to illuminate this. D. Thomas says, is there a fire now? Yes, it's a Beaver Mafia, Husky Eagle says. Yes, this one we're covering. Okay, I am talking about Colorado right now, and confusingly, this is called the Colorado Fire in Monterey, Big Sur region. Don't ask me why they name stuff like this to confuse the public. My exasperated explanation is maybe they're trying to confuse the public. Colorado just suffered a traumatic event. Let's go ahead and name the next California fire Colorado. Yeah, sounds like a good plan. In reality, it's just an old, stupid way of doing things, outdated. Most wildfires are named after the nearest road. That's why the Paradise Fire got named the Camp Fire. You can't make this up. So this is the road here was Palo, Colorado Canyon Road. And thus we have the major confusion. So now I'm back here at the Marshall Fire that actually occurred in Colorado. Don't ask me. So I had no idea that there are approximately 1,736 known abandoned coal mines in the state of Colorado. Okay, that I didn't equate Colorado with coal that much, but okay. It's a big mining state for sure, the Rockies. And then according that was according to the Colorado Underground Coal Mine Fires 2018 Inventory Report. What a mouthful. CUCM? Yeah, you just can't make a fun acronym out of that. That's not very catchy. There are some known coal mines or seams in the area. Now a coal seam is like a little crack area that's got coal in it. Like a crack in the ground. It's full of coal, and then you start your mine to go get the rest of it, which is underground. So the fire management officer at Boulder County Sheriff's Office said that there's some known coal mines and seams in the area. There are 2 known coal mine fires in Boulder County, one of which is the Lewis mine, which is 1 mile south of Boulder on the northeast corner of the intersection of Marshall Road and Cherryvale Road. Remember, fires are named after roads. That's why Marshall Fire is named after Marshall Road. So very close. And the other on fire mine is called the Marshall Mine, located, of course, on Marshall Road with Highway 93's intersection. The mine fire is located on the City of Boulder open space. I guess that means public land. Kind of confused. In October 2003, it was reported that the fire was moderately active, with ground temperatures ranging from 118 to 130 degrees Fahrenheit. As Paris Hilton would say, that's hot. The smell of coal combustion was noted near the venting fractures. So with a coal mine fire, I don't know that I can just pull up Centralia, Pennsylvania images. It would take a little bit for me to find that where I could show you without any copyright issues. Just picture a crack in the ground, a couple of feet wide, 20 feet long, or maybe even longer. And there's some steamy stuff that stinks coming out of it, and that's the fumes of a coal mine fire. It's not like black smoke. It's not particularly like white smoke. It's more like a steam look to it that dissipates so that you can't see it very well, not from a distance. And a lot of times the gases are pretty invisible. It's a lot of carbon monoxide and other bad stuff coming out. It's got a smell like a blacksmith shop, but they can kind of stealth, especially if there's snow on the ground and leaves and stuff blowing around. Unless you are told there's a coal mine fire in the area, tourists can often walk by and just say, "Why does that crack in the ground smell weird?" and be completely oblivious to the fact that they're walking on a very thin layer of topsoil that separates them from plunging deep into the fiery pits of hell and certain doom. So it's not safe to walk around, because as the fire of a coal mine depletes the coal, it's really slow, by the way, really slow action, eating that coal extremely slowly. Like a cigarette slowly turns to an ash stick if you set it down in an ashtray. It's like that, and the coal is consumed, and there's like a bit of ash remaining, and that's all that props up the soil above it. Cracks start to form, they get bigger, and then you get entire chunks that just start to fall into little like mini sinkhole pits. And that's why you can't build on top of it. They had to tear down the entire town of Centralia, Pennsylvania, because children were playing outside, and one child fell into a fissure, just randomly playing, and screamed, and they rescued the child, but the child fell into a burning crack. They pulled him or her out, and they said that's it. The town has to be relocated. Some holdouts remained, but most people accepted the buyout and they relocated. And then it was a ghost town, and then it attracted tourists, and they decided to tear the buildings down. So there's just a couple of there today, but you can't build a structure on it. And so the next paragraph is going to explain something, and I just needed to set that up for you. So according to this report about the burning coal mines by Marshall Road here, according to the report in February of 2005, a recently constructed building was inspected for damage by subsidence, believed to be related to the Marshall coal mine, the one of 2 that are on fire. Now, subsidence is ground sinking. Now, if you've been studying the collapse of that Florida condo thing, subsidence was a major thing that they were trying to figure out. Might have weakened some of the supporting structure for that building. Subsidence is a big deal for things like concrete slabs and foundations. You can't just have part of the ground sink on one corner or one section of a building without major problems, and you need inspection. And so they came out because a building got damaged by sinking, And they said, well, could have been that coal mine fire, meaning, enough coal was on fire beneath it that it weakened the rock and soil above and had some squish. Oh, thank you, John. Thank you so much. Hey, hello, Pixel Master. Yeah, thank you. Welcome, and Hazy Probe, how are you? So that's what drew attention to the area in February of '05. A building kind of sinks a little bit, gets damaged, and events and subsidence features were identified under and around the building. And so also in that report, dated December 20th of '05, a brush fire was started by a hot vent from the Marshall coal mine fire. So here we have fire started before this way in the same area that this Colorado town was obliterated by. In fact, it was more like two towns that became suburbs. You know how that happens. The independent town kind of gets associated with the bigger, sprawling town. But one of the neighborhoods used to be an actual town. It was basically obliterated by this, in like 3 hours by the Marshall Fire. So going back to 2015, a brush fire was started by a hot vent from the Marshall coal mine fire. That blew my mind when I read that. The fire was quickly contained, though, and extinguished in '05. The origin of that fire is traced back to a 373-degree Fahrenheit vent. If you stick paper in your oven, C-Pro was telling me, hey, Big Dog, hugs. Yeah, thank you for the hugs. And hugs back to everyone. If you stick paper in your oven, C-Pro was telling me you could crisp it up and make it look like it was aged, like an old pirate ship map, for arts and craft. And I said, paper in an oven, that sounds totally safe. And I had to look up the ignition point of paper because I thought it was beyond 400 degrees. And it is. It's around 450. So you have to put it on pizza setting or boil to get that paper to ignite in your oven. But this is getting dangerously close. 373. Yikes. Some substances like gasoline fumes and such probably would ignite at that temp. So finishing this up, we're trying to be as transparent as possible with everything involved with the Marshall Fire, McKinney said. The Marshall mine is located, the one on fire, is located about a quarter mile southeast of where Fox 31 and Channel 2 obtained video of what appears to be the start of the fire. Oh, I would love to see this video, so I'm gonna open that in a new tab. Pinpoint meteorologist Jessica LaBelle, I think it's LaBelle, described how the winds were that day to see if it would make sense for that fire from the mines to blow up to the origin spot of the video. And, quote, it's probably pretty rare that we see anything spread north at the start of this fire. Usually when they start, it's all one wind direction in the beginning until the fire grows big enough for things to become more erratic and unpredictable. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. I'm not even sure what she just said. It's probably pretty rare that we see anything spread north at the start of this fire. Okay, I'm going to interpret that as it's strange for a fire to go north and then downwind. Because usually when they start, it's all one wind direction in the beginning until that fire grows big enough for things to become more erratic and unpredictable. Okay, so I guess what she was saying is there was an erratic path initially for the fire. But that doesn't tell us anything. It's like, what was it? Go back to the data. Were the winds erratic or were they not at the time? That's generally something you can confirm by looking at instruments, unless there's no nearby station. But I would assume that there would be around Boulder. It's not like it's the middle of nowhere. In fact, a lot of people probably have backyard little weather stations with a little spinning thingy on them. A lot of people like that hobby. So that's the latest news on the fire that happened in Colorado. I'm so sorry, it's so confusing. We're monitoring the Colorado fire of California at the same time. But everything here, knock on wood, is going super. Could not ask for better conditions and better response from our fire heroes. The fact they pounced on the other fire, which was up in the North Bay, and got it out, and not just contained, out. Awesome. The geyser fire that was up here, which I don't even see a heat signature, but that was Modus and Veers. Let's go with Go's heat. Is it in the house? Is Go's in the house? Yep. So we've still got one on here on our Colorado fire. Look at that nice yellow color. So remember how the color code goes. The one down here, bottom. Red's less than 10 minutes old. These satellites rotate around every 15 minutes or so. So what that means is 10 minutes since the last time the satellite was there. You gotta check the timestamp for the satellite. Orange, less than an hour. And yellow means more than an hour's gone by since a new significant heat source triggered the satellite. It's anywhere from 1 to 6 hours ago. Perfect. We like seeing the yellow. And when it goes gray, it means beyond 6 hours there is a heat signature. So go gray, go gray. And then eventually it'll just blip out. And that's when they start the mop up and the wrap up. I expect any moment that they'll reassess how well they were able to contain stuff. The night shift will come and replace the regular crews if it's what typically happens with wildfire fighting. And so around 8 p.m. the night shift goes on. The day crew makes their observations and reports. We'll probably get an update coming around to the website by 9ish. And that's when I expect this containment number to jump. Everything I've gotten the feeling of so far is that the aircraft did a lot of good work. They really turned the tide, just like in a war. Modern warfare is aircraft based, and modern firefighting is often aircraft based, especially for the wildland. Okay, so guys, do you have any questions? Did I skip over anything important? I did the weather. I explained my rosy outlook. Explained what you should do should a wildfire be near you. Gave some basic safety instructions. No more planes. Later, I'm sure a plane will come and note Lee's landing, or not Lee's landing, excuse me, by south of Carmel by the Sea. Would be the way that you would check this on Flight Radar 21. So if I haven't missed anything, I can go look at chat now. And thank you so much for your kind donations and your support. It means everything to me. I'm so proud of everyone who, for 96 days straight, put up with all the shenanigans and helped alert people to the fires this summer. Above and beyond the call of duty, for everyone involved who volunteered to moderated, contributed information, who alerted me to info, who stayed up all night, even being on a night shift when I had to sleep, who donated money, donated time, or donated hugs, encouragement, comforted victims, soothed people, all participation, sharing links, hitting the like button, subscribing, everything helped us get the word out. I have an overwhelming amount of email that I wish I could read every one to you guys about how you help make a difference. I'm humbled and I'm honored just to be in your guys' presence, because when I started this, I thought it'll be a lot like last year, exhausting maybe a month, but it went on and on and on in the summer, and I don't know how we did it, but 96 days of streaming in a crisis, early evacuation info for people, and I have so many emails of incredible gratitude saying, thanks for being there, thanks for helping us. You filled in the gap when the media and the officials weren't being very good with communication. All the volunteer firefighters who came and comforted people and told me what to expect, educated me more about wildfire, educated people who didn't know what to do. A lot of myths are out there, lots of rumors. We created the facts-only resource on the fires. Just no debate, just unite, just support. I could not be more honored and proud. I did not realize it would get this big, that we would be able to reach so many people and help all of you guys. I would like to hug you all right now, so feel your virtual hug. And I had this idea I'd have a sign when I went to California that said thank you to everyone, and it would be like cards, you know, with people's names written on it, and I would throw the cards over my shoulder, and I would have a giant stack of it, you know, like an armful of it, and there would be even more and even more and even more, you know. And then I would go to the pile on the ground, there'd be names on the back, and I'd be like, but there's more names. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I had this cool stunt, and the last one would be a giant thank you, firefighters, pilots, water tenders, everybody involved, all the hero helpers. That got smashed by the whole constant rain, blizzards, snow, flash floods, high winds, weather that I experienced the entire month of December being in California, where I was marooned in the mountains and snowed in without cell phone reception and spotty internet, and then I was horrifically ill. So we'll rain check on the cool idea on the thank you video. Maybe we'll just make a standalone video. But I am so grateful, guys. Thank you for your patience with my health not being the greatest thing. I'm trying to still assess all the giant amount of email that I've gotten, sift the spam out of it, and what I've been hard at work with doing since I've been able to sit upright the last couple of days is I'm readying the computer to make it a better streaming experience and smoother. I have a lot of hard drives. I am a filmaholic. Everything I see, I start filming to document. And I had a tendency to be poor and salvage used hard drives from when I would, be helping people fix their machines. And I was pretty economical, so I would have computers with like 7 hard drives in them, and they'd be a terabyte or more, maybe just one. And I'd fill them up, and then I'd have to dump more footage off my SD cards, drone flight, or my cell phone. And I ended up with some duplicates, a lot of duplicates, because they would sync, and I wouldn't download duplicates when I had one hard drive going. But then I had some of the drives died due to mishandling. AKA somebody dropped my computer. And so I had online backup, reached for the online backup, but I couldn't individually get files. It was just like, oh, here's your 8 terabytes of online backup. So I ordered a hard drive, it arrived, and then I had to split the data amongst all the drives I had available. So I'm pulling drives out of drawers, and I have an incredible amount of duplicate files just filling up drives. It's not working. So I've been using duplicate file finder programs to consolidate, organize, and the cool thing is once I get this all done, I have a lot of cool content to show you guys where I've just had adventures. Some of it, and much of it, related to fire safety. Structure fires I've witnessed, and that sort of deal. And some of it, and let's look at some cams. I haven't been able to see this cam. They don't really look at it. I mean, here's our cams, and the fire's approximately here, but nothing is looking at it. And these generally just face the wrong way. So anyway, I was hoping to get a nice sunset or something, a nice cool time lapse. A lot of these are going to rotate around. But anyway, while I'm blabbing about the computer, it's a monumental amount of work. And the cool thing, though, is I'm discovering all my lost footage that I find hard to find when I'm doing a live stream. It's now neatly becoming organized, and I can just, in the future, dig up examples of what I'm talking about. whether or not it's burning insulation in a building or this or that structure fire type of thing, fire damage aftermath, fire prevention, or for other streams that are unrelated, just cool stuff, history stuff, to lighten the load. A lot of people have interest in that. That's what's going to be my career, making history videos, exploring the Wild West and stuff before Wildfire happened. And I realized this is history in the making. And people don't know what to do, so we got to help them. So let's pick out a west-facing camera. Most of these rotate. Mount Diablo. The Mount Diablo. This is where the highest wind speeds are clocked. Oh yeah, I was going to show you guys Kirkwood. I have a fun Kirkwood story. So if anybody has any questions, about the fires, of course, shoot it. And please say @Catherine so I can see that in the chat. But I think covering the fires, unless there's a new development, is like it's more relaxed time. It's more question and answer, open time. Brooke Schaefer says, we all love you and are so grateful for your updates on fires and other world issues. Thank you for your compassion. No, big hugs, Brooke, and thank you so much for the pat on the head. Thank you, everybody who just patted me on the head and I didn't notice. RGJ58, I'm so glad you're back. I'm sorry somebody banned you. I was so shocked to find you on the banned list. I apologize wholeheartedly for anybody who accidentally got banned. We had an issue with me wanting to train mods on how to do it, what all the buttons do. A lot of people volunteered and had no experience. But the fires were back to back and there wasn't really a dull day. And so I would give people the basic instructions. It should have been more important. And unfortunately, we had some unintentional bannings. And I went and tried to undo all the damage. But a lot of people were on that list before I knew it because I had no idea that on the behind the scenes control panel is this tiny word that says show the next 80 people banned or whatever. And I just thought it was just a list of 80. We only had to ban 80 people, and I was so satisfied. And then I clicked that button one day and saw that there were 600 people on a ban list. And I had a powwow and went, how'd that happen? And mostly accidental. So I'm glad you're back. Some people thought it was just like a button that squelched people from talking for a day, and some people misclicked. But we smoothed it out. We got it worked out. I am totally grateful and fully take responsibility. But gosh, I really did not have the time to even sleep, let alone have a class on how to do moderating. So RJ says, it's all good. I didn't know what happened, but I'm just glad you are back. Thanks for what you do. Oh, thank you for your advice about radios. I'm so grateful that you are, putting your 2 cents in. I love it when people educate me about, everything, especially how radios work, communications, tech, fire behavior, the whole 9 yards. And Smitty says the famed butt ban. Remember that? Yeah, John Stoker. He confessed it was his butt that banned people, meaning he put his phone in his pocket and laid down on the couch, and the phone was like in that crack, and he leaned over to grab something, and his hip was touching buttons. That was hilarious, actually. Then a cat walked on a keyboard on a laptop, and the cat banned some people. A spilled cup of coffee resulted in some bans. And then somebody got hacked. Sister Goldenhair was hacked, actually. Hey, John. Hey, welcome. Oh, dang it. Speak of the devil, I was totally not just talking about you. Oh, my God, he's here. No, John's totally cool. But yes, I can confirm the butt ban happened. It was a real thing. The cat was hilarious. And then there was the oops. I didn't know that button was a ban button. I thought it was. I didn't have to. muted that person for my own personal gain. And I'm like, moderator, you can't mute people. If you can't see what they're doing, you can't police them. You're supposed to be the police. And he's like, oh yeah. I just found that dude annoying. I'm like, please don't ban people because you find them annoying. Oh my gosh. That's my job. Oh, kidding. Smitty says, yes, the cat ban, different than the cat scan. Yeah. Husky says, I also banned somebody by accident in August. Well, that happens to everybody when the chat scrolls by. So I was going to tell you guys about the hair-raising story of Kirkwood and my escape from Tahoe, and I don't remember how much I explained about this. But so today, this morning, during the Santa Ana / Diablo Wind event, we're over by Tahoe now. Remember the diagram? Diablo winds? See how a lot of them try to escape by going from Nevada to San Francisco area? So therefore the mountain passes get a lot of wind. Now, what I don't like about this diagram, why am I gesturing with the mouse? Let's get the professional sportscaster's pen here, like where they say the football went over here, because I'm a professional. And that's pink. Professionals don't use pink. Professionals use blue because, it's professional. No, in all seriousness, the issue I have with this diagram is it's missing the mountain canyons, and they're all over the place. It's where the streams and rivers go, and when they flood, my gosh, is it torrential? But every canyon is acting like sticking your finger in a garden hose, and that will shoot the water out faster and stronger. And it's the same concept. It's funneling. It's when the wind gets stuck into a canyon, it accelerates and follows the canyon, and so. When we have the Dixie Fire and other things start, when the winds come off the mountains, there's always that crazy possibility that a fire in the mountains gets pushed by the Diablo or the Santa Anas straight into the foothills and valley and erasing towns the whole way there. Like what happened with Paradise, Brush Creek, Berry Creek, towns that don't exist anymore really functionally. Paradise is rebuilding, but the that funnel effect is what people have got to understand. Causes extreme winds. The mountain passes can take a 70-mile-an-hour wind and inflate it to 141, which happened this morning at 6 in the morning at Kirkwood. And so when I say that Kirkwood is one of the scariest drives I've ever done in my life, and the nearby Echo Summit is equally terrifying. Here it is, by the way. Never mind. This is a winter view, and I just put the little thing in the wrong place. I can show you some of my personal photographs from the tour soon. Sarah Luna's got way better ones. You still here with us, Sarah? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Cogito. Hey, what's up? You have a long way down if you drive off this. A really long way down. This is not even the worst part. Where did I? Oh, it's right here. Excuse me. No, I'm confused again. Aha, Summit. Echo Summit. Right here. No. No, this isn't the terror turn. That's right. You come around here. Excuse me. I'm racking my brain. Still fevered. And aha, is it? I thought it was right here. It's definitely not. Oh, maybe the satellite helped me. Yeah. Right. Sarah, help. Where's the terror turn? The one where I was like, please, I'm not looking over the edge. I'm not looking over the edge. I'm not looking over the edge. It's a sheer cliff face. And absolutely, just, you don't want to be there. No, we're too far low. I think maybe she's moved. Okay. So, but in a second, I will recall this, I'm sure. It's right on one of these curves. It has a curve. And you look over, and if your car was to tumble into this, which is Christmas Valley right here, I really thought it was like right here. There's a couple of turnoffs, and maybe oh yeah, here it is. Okay, I just found the turnoff. This is where I parked my car. Yes, right here. And you go, oh God. You look over the edge. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. And right now it's full of snow, so these like snowbanks, and you can pull over your car right here. So I did, and I looked out, and I went, yeah, no, because I'm afraid of heights, just in a really big way. So you don't want to go over the edge here. You don't. And this is 6,000 some odd feet to maybe 7,000 at the summit up there. This is a very new trip. This was November. Yeah, you can see clearly the wildfire damage. And so, wow, yeah, you can see the devastation. This is where the Caldor fire tried to run for Nevada. I parked my car here, and then at another venture, see this terror drive? There's nowhere to go. Rock falls, somebody swerves into your lane. What are you doing? There's nowhere to go. Your car tumbles down there, and it's the size of a toaster by the time it reaches that road in the distance. You know, it's the Hail Mary road. This is a terror road. Oh, and it's icy. It's always nice and icy during winter. So it's fun. Really fun for people like me who are terrified of heights. And so it looks like they did a nice repaving job here. And it was buried in snow by the time I was here. But embers from up here, see the dead trees? Just drifted so far that it lit. Excuse me, let me use the pen. Okay, pink, because professionals use pink. They went like that. Christmas Valley is this little strip where there's like 1 to 2 lane roads, and then mostly neighborhoods on each side, and a couple off-shooting neighborhoods. And that's where the firefighters, like a legion of them, was saving the neighborhood. And the embers were just flying across like this. And South Lake Tahoe's up over there by the lake. And they were helpless to stop it from getting over to the other side and cresting the hills and going to the east and running for Nevada. And it did a whole lot of damage. There's a lot of dead trees. And I've got my own things to show you guys later. But this is where there's a lot of high winds clocked. We're talking the 75 miles an hour. We're talking the 100 miles an hour, the 120s. And now let's visit Kirkwood, where this morning it was 141 miles an hour. My hair-raising drive to escape Tahoe because I didn't want to be snowed in. I had just settled in, and I was ready to interview Sarah Luna and so many other people who I was meeting in places like pizza parlors and all that. All of a sudden, my phone's blowing up with avalanche and blizzard warnings. And I decided it's time to go to lower elevation because they expected extreme power outages. And Tahoe hotels aren't cheaper when there's a blizzard. They're more expensive. It's because people come to experience the fresh powder. That's what Sarah told me. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. They sit there and they drink their coffee and they gamble and they watch out the blizzard out the window. And as soon as it settles down, they hit the slopes. So gas prices are raised during blizzards too. It was $5.35 a gallon. I'm choking on my spit, when I'm pulling into gas stations. And as cool as it would be to stay with Sarah Luna, I'm allergic to dogs. She's got dogs. And I imagined sitting in the living room with her dogs on me for, 6 or 7 days while the blizzards raged without power, huddling around a stove. And then eventually running out of food in Tahoe and the High Sierras, and the Donner Party's flashing in my head, and I'm going, I'm out. I'll just drive back up. So I left as one of the last cars out of Tahoe. I did leave when it was still safe, and I decided I would drive to Kirkwood area. Because when you drive out of South Lake Tahoe, you can take 50 and go through the canyon, and I was not going that way. I went down 89, nice, easy drive, And then you get to this area at a junction, and if they need to shut down 88 because the winds are so high, they blow cars right off the cliffs, especially semi-trucks. This is where they would tell you, this is where you would stop and talk to the sheriffs or whoever would be stationed there, and they would have put up the barriers. So I did arrive there around midnight-ish, and the blizzard started to arrive around 11. And this is the first blizzard, not the one that knocked off power to everybody in Christmas. We're talking, the 12th, 13th December. Cool, we have a 20% update, 20% containment on the Colorado Canyon fire. That's what they should have called it. Thanks for the update. Oh, Big Dog says, back in the day I used to drive semi-trucks on that road. Are you... Oh God, you're certified mad, Big Dog. Big Dog, I would not have driven truck on there. I would have quit. Pure cowardice. I mean, you should have seen me with the high bridges, like going to Longview, Washington. Oh dear God, the crew had to just about blindfold me and take me over that. So around midnight I arrived here, the wind was blowing snow in these swirlies around, and I tried my best to capture it with my webcam. Excuse me, not webcam, dash cam, but I'm not very satisfied with it, especially its nighttime performance. But I got to this point, and it was still passable. The conditions were still good. It wasn't snowing, but I can confirm, just like in that Colorado wildfire, the one in Colorado, the Marshall Fire, winds come before the snow. Winds come before the moisture when they're coming out of the west. The wind arrives first, and that's unfortunately what happened to cause so much devastation. So it was blowing the drifts, and it was in swirly patterns. And the road was starting to look rather sparkly and white rather than black. But I stopped here for a second, kind of thought. I had just driven the road earlier in that day with Sarah's guidance. She had shook me around, and I knew how long it would take me to get past the worst of it and be safely on the other side of these major mountain passes right here by Kirkwood Resort and Caples Lake. And I decided I'm going to go for it, and my confidence grew because every time I was at a intersection, they were Caltrans had it like clockwork. They were setting up these gigantic snowplows that were huge, larger than tanks, and they had giant spotlights on them. They were waiting at every little intersection, and then they had like little mobile command units. Caltrans did, full of hot coffee and bathrooms and warm whatever for the lunch breaks and stuff for the snowplow crews. And they were just everywhere. And there was law enforcement and stuff running around. And they were still keeping the road open. So I figured if it did get it all bad, I'd pull over. Had a full tank of gas. Cost me like $86. It was insane. $5.35 in Tahoe. Gas per gallon. Ugh. Yeah. That stabbed me in the wallet. But I was able to able to squelch the bleeding and proceed. And so here I'm climbing and climbing and climbing, and Carson Pass, Kit Carson Pass, is 8,000 feet. Here's Kit Carson over here. And what you do is when you do this drive is there's a couple of like kind of scary kind of a deals. This is kind of similar to Echo Summit. It's wider and a whole lot less scary, I gotta tell you. And then when you're doing your serious climb here, you go by Caples Lake, and this is where they fought the Caldor Fire pretty seriously. There's a major battle that happened all the way from Tragedy Springs here. We heard all of the helicopters constantly dipping out of these two lakes. So this, oh gosh, I'm drawing bad pictures again, naughty pictures. Okay, this area, I did not do that on purpose. Nobody saw that. It's kid friendly. It's family approved stream. This region was a major battle, and partly the difficulty was the crazy wind tunnel mountain pass situation. Of 8,000 feet is about as high as you get in the Sierras. That's Kit Carson Pass. Kit Carson, the trapper that was like friends with Jedediah Smith, and he's the little kid in the movie The Revenant, where the trapper gets attacked by the bear, and Titanic. Oh my God, the actor. Uh, oh my God, The Revenant. Fever Time. Help. Who's that actor? Ah, tip of the tongue. What? Ah, Inception, Titanic. Uh, uh, why am I blanking? Oh, I need to take more fever reducer. Uh, oh my God, am I actually doing this? Leonardo. Yes, sorry, Leonardo. Leo, my man. Kit Carson is the little kid that wants to help him, and yeah, thank you, DiCaprio. Yes, gosh. So anyway, Kit Carson's that little kid trapper because it's based on a true story, pretty dang loosely. And Leonardo plays Hugh Glass, the trapper, who basically crawled across hundreds of miles by himself because he's left for dead after the bear attack. An Indian helps him by sewing a dead bear skin onto his back to be a temporary skin and putting herbs all over it. That's a testament to the healing power of herbs and their antimicrobial properties. But can you imagine just laying down while somebody sews a pelt onto your back for a temporary skin graft? That takes a whole different kind of tough. And going over this pass in the era before paved roads and heated seats and Starbucks in your cup holder and GPS, going over a non-motorized version of this pass meant that you were all kinds of a badass too. And so Kit Carson, I think, discovered this, and it's terrifying. It's one of the terror drives of the world. It's kind of like driving around the Alps, and one of the worst parts of the storm hit just as I started cruising through here. And right here is like a big bowl thing, and this wind just started to push right out of that little gap right there. And my car starts being blown sideways a little bit with some gusts. I'm like, okay. And snow drifts are crossing the road in front of me and then making it clear again. And I'm like, okay. So I definitely should not have left even 10 minutes later, or I would not have made it through the pass. I'm now the only single car on the road. Everybody else is probably, as I'm waving to the snowplows that are on the side roads, probably thinking, what the heck? Who's crazy enough to be on this right now? And this just made me not really want to stop until I had to. And so the idea was, if I had to, just stop, read a book, and the snowplows would deploy as soon as there's enough on the road to warrant, plowing. They can't just scrape the pavement. That's bad for the road. So they'll wait for a few inches. And so I remember this very vividly. Sarah had taken me on this drive just hours before. I'm like, I'm out of here. I gotta leave. And Big Dog says, I think from now on I need to be your driver. I have 5.2 million miles of experience. Accepted. Done. You're hired. I don't pay very well, though. Sorry. So, these trees are so stunted because of the wind that whips off of that bowl. They're trying to cling to life here, but I realized, oh crap, because I'm looking down at the phone, like the avalanche warning zone. There's signs that say avalanche zone. Oh, that explains the whole lack of trees. Oh, yeah, they only get about this high before something destroys them and rips them right off the mountain. And oh yeah, that's why that hill is bald right there. Oh, okay. So here I am seeing the wind just pushing the snow around, going, okay. I grip the steering wheel knuckle tight. I'm calling John Stoker. He's like, hello? And I'm like, yeah, talk to me. And he goes, yeah? And I'm like, I'm coming your way. And he goes, uh, what? I'm like, yeah, I got in the car. I'm driving. I'm leaving the blizzard. And he goes, at midnight? And I'm like, yep, yep. Can you make some coffee? And he's like, yeah, cool. Sounds awesome. And he goes, I'll see you soon. I said, no, no, no. Keep talking to me. And he goes, why? I said, because I need somebody to talk to. I'm not afraid when I'm talking. And he goes, oh, shit. Excuse my language. But, so I was white knuckling this at this point, and alone on the road, the center line starts to disappear around this point. They need snow fences, big dog, on the hillsides like that, on Wyoming freeways. I concur. There should be something, because the snowpack, thankfully wasn't too bad. This area, this region did burn, but not to the right of the shoulder. You can see with the Google card, this is November last year. This is not the part that burned, and partly because of the heroism of the firefighters. The main battles are over here, and this is where I had the shock of my life when I saw the enormity of the Caldor fire when Sarah took me up to a vista. You know, this from this area, it's almost like a fire never happened. You just look around, it's beautiful, sweet. There's this awesome lake here, but as you drive, this gets to terror becomes a whole new level. You think that you're cool down at this as you're leaving the scary mountain behind on the right. You think that everything's cool, and but if you had driven like I had the very earlier in the same day and known what's over here, you would be terrified at night if you just knew exactly how far down it was. Now there are some really sweet little trees here. Some of them have names. And as I was telling Sarah, these are Indian sign marker trees. These are shaped by Indians. That was what they did for road signs. They would put a tree trunk around some certain branches to give them a curvy U shape that's unmistakably kind of artificial. And they'll do that to several trees nearby the same spot to mark the pass so that other Indians would not go off on wrong trails and get stuck in the snows up here, because it is extremely important that if at all snow is threatening, which much of the year it is, you need to get in, get through the pass, and get out. You cannot get stuck here, or the snow can be taller than these trees. Snow can reach 18 feet deep, 20. It's known to happen. And you'll just be trapped and die, Donner Party style. So they went to great lengths to make sure that a lot of the trees were shaped in critical mountain passes especially. And they did it to many trees. So when you see this pattern happen, and there's a couple of them like that, it's no accident. And they did this to ensure that if this tree fell down or if it had lit on fire, that another one would be there. And occasionally, an out-of-place species tree could have possibly been what they did to mark the pass or the road or the trail. They did this everywhere, in general, as a tradition, not just mountain passes, but like I said, it was more important in them, or in treacherous, hard-to-find-your-way areas. Where white men put a bunch of highways or roads or whatever later, they usually had the luxury of the Indians already knowing the way and already having a well-worn path that was thousands of years old. And because of vehicles needing special consideration, they don't exactly follow them 100%. Sometimes they would be graded and blasted new routes, but for the most part, you're going to find these Indian-shaped trees by the sides of the roads. And there's speculation that, sometimes you'll find an oddball tree that doesn't match the other species, that they planted a certain species to be the marker, although I can't confirm that. Some of the trees being 500 years old, it's not like you can ask Indians today what their granddad did. I mean, you can ask them what their granddad did, but nobody has a 500-year-old memory. And oftentimes legends are even lost. But some of these are incredibly old. and they're pretty hardy, these special little guys. So I was pointing those out. She was like, "Cool," and there's a remarkable amount of them on this particular route. Oh, looking back at chat, Cognito. Oh, thank you. Informant. Yes, we can see your text. Sorry, Catherine. How did this fire start? I'm sorry. To flag me, you had to say at Catherine, like Big Dog was doing. That flags my name in orange, and then I know people are talking to me. So you didn't do that, Informant. It's hard to do on mobile. If you have the luxury of desktop, that will work. So which fire are you talking about, Caldor, or are you talking about the Marshall, or are you talking about the Colorado, the one I opened up with, the one in Monterey currently, the Big Sur area, the Colorado Canyon fire? Because we don't know on all three counts, except the Caldor. They've accused a father and son of starting the Caldor. But they're still mum about what that ignition source was. They just arrested them and charged them, and then I'm not satisfied with the amount of answers we're getting, because we're not getting answers. The new one, we don't know. The one in Big Sur, yeah, it just says unknown. So I think if we look back at the origin as far as the Modus and Veer's progression map, or Veer's progression, hey, there we go. The older, the younger colors, like the younger colors are the colder ones, where red is the latest heat detections. I really thought it covered a bigger area, but see this little section of the canyon. Every circle is a margin of error. That just somewhere within the circle is usually the origin point. I don't believe any sort of lightning or anything was in the vicinity, but with the fact that there are trails here, it's extremely popular for hiking. We've had amazing weather. I would kind of wonder about unattended campfire situations where somebody leaves, the ashes are still hot, the Santa Ana winds and Diablo winds pick up, and that will take a dead-looking fire that's gray and stir that up into a boom, fully fledged flames, extremely high situation. So no matter what time of the season is, even if it's kind of damp, please extinguish with water. Do not leave hot coals in a campfire. Extinguish with water. If you don't have water, you've got to go out of your way to beat the coals down, spread them out, and make sure they are just dead. And bury hard the fire, and any coals, and smother them with moist dirt, whatever you can come up with. Just make it dead. Make it so it can't spread. I do believe that we'll find out that some of the Labor Day fires were people leaving their Labor Day campgrounds last year, and we know a lot of citizen volunteer heroes extinguished them at campsites as people had left to go back home. Yeah, Informant, the Caldor is done. Strangely, there's probably some hot spots that might winter over underneath the snow. As Cogito was, a real firefighter here, was saying that some of the craziest things about wildfire is in the root systems of trees and in the hollow trees, fire can still smolder over the entire winter, and you can find it kind of smoking and kind of burning up a root or a stump in the spring, or during a Santa Ana or whatever. Like an individual tree's hollow trunk will just start to ignite again. That's why they took such elaborate precautions after the Dixie and the Caldor to do the smoke patrol. Anytime somebody saw a smoking stump, they were supposed to call it in, report it, and the firefighters would painstakingly dig out the stump and beat the living crap out of the roots and hose it down. Every single tree that was dead, that was on fire, had to be cut down with a chainsaw at great risk to life and limb, and then put out on the ground. So the enormity of that task, because of the enormity of the fire, and I'm going to continue the story of the terror drive, because you turn these bends and then you experience new terror. There's undoubtedly some hollow logs and stuff, still a little bit hot on the inside. So as far as the one in the Big Sur area, I'm gonna, if I was a betting man, I would say that might be a human activity fire accident. Big Dog says just east of Ripplebrook Ranger Station. Ripplebrook was taken out. That broke my heart. I'm very familiar with that area. What about Ripplebrook? Let me scroll up. What were you saying about it? That would be the Riverside Fire of several counties by Estacada down to Bagby Hot Springs. That part of Oregon is what Big Dog's talking about. The Riverside Fire is almost forgotten now, but it was another gigantic twin next to the terrifying fires of Labor Day last year in Oregon, near the Beachy Creek and the Lion's Head. It was north of it. Tried to kill Estacada, and they made a stand. The firefighters heroically defended Estacada, but it roared through the area, and it got all confused with Riverside, California, but it was not. It's Oregon. Like I said, they don't name fires very well. But let me look at what you were talking about with what were you saying about the Riverside? Was that caused by a campfire? Was it? That's what you're confirming, Big Dog. That's news to me. I was very curious, and that's what I said on the stream. Is I think with all the campgrounds out there, it's lovely camping. That the idiots were blaming Antifa, and I just hit the ban button immediately. You know what? People that are mad at the police do not have a motivation to drive out to the middle of a mountaintop and start a fire. Right on Labor Day, when high winds pick up, it's a lot more rational conclusion that hikers don't always extinguish a fire, especially because Labor Day morning was all moist and almost foggy, and nobody knew that one of the world's rarest wind events that happen every 75 years was about to occur. Oregon's pretty moist by Labor Day. That's usually when the rainy season starts. It was just a bad piece of luck. It is not traditional in Oregon to have to put out a campfire with water. It rains most every day of the year west of the Cascades, and in the Cascades. I mean, you can go 120 days of solid drizzle. It was just a freak. Perfect storm. Yeah, the Riverside Campground. So I ended up right then. I ended up correct. Cogito says, wonder if the Snowshoe Thompson followed those usual signs into Genoa with the mail. Oh, Snowshoe Thompson, that's a legendary figure. A guy who ran around delivering mail. Is he the same guy as the skier who was in the Sierras, and he would ski around to deliver mail? And he was some sort of Scandinavian who was like, blizzard? Whatever. So here on my terror drive, I almost stopped at this point, remembering this. You've got this icy cold lake to your left. It's a blizzard. It's after midnight. The storm is arriving. The winds are picking up. My car is now being buffeted by 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts with a constant 45-ish mile-an-hour wind just kind of blowing in this general direction. It seemed like it was doing that. And that's what terrified me. I almost stopped and I white-knuckled it. I lost connection with John, so now I don't have anybody to talk to. I was like, John, tell me a random story. And you can now start to see Caldor fire damage. And he's like, And then he starts talking about California history. I'm like, yeah, that's good. And he's like, why are you nervous? And I'm like, oh, I could be blown off of a dam. I'm on a dam. I'm on a dam right now. This one isn't the bad one. This isn't the bad one, but I know the bad one's coming, so I'm proceeding. And at this point, my car was just kind of edged toward the right. And I'm like, this doesn't look very severely steep. Oh, it is. This would be a tumble. This would be a rolling rawhide for your vehicle. And the wind blowing across the lake was such that I did the technique where I sort of angled my car like so. Just kind of angled a little bit to the left, and I was less of a sail on the ice that I was driving on now. I did a brake test for the ice, just in case I would have to hit the brakes here. I didn't want to go into a flat spin, but you notice how there's not much of a guardrail that would particularly matter before you went into the icy, deep mountain lake during a blizzard. So I was like, la-di-da-di-da. And yeah, here's some of the Caldor fire stuff. And this was a terrifying place to fight the fire. I was worried for all the firefighters, and they at least had a lake as a last resort ditch right here. But there's other sections of the road up to the top where there's nowhere to go. And it would be foolish for journalists to hang out or whatever, because if you're here on the road and a fire blows over you and it's 50-foot tall walls of flames and a blizzard of sparks and extreme heat coming over you, you've got to be to a place where you can retreat somewhere. Not on a narrow mountain pass where even pulling over there's no shoulder unless your car tumbles down thousands of feet. So this is Caples Lake Resort. People who were ahead of me had pulled over right here, and they were waiting out the blizzard thing. And I kept on going, and kept on going. At least I'm not in an avalanche zone. Kept on going. La-ti-da, la-ti-da. And then I waved at the snowplow hanging out here. He's like looking over his glasses like somebody's trying to make it. And I'm like, la-ti-da, la-ti-da. And mind you, I am being safe. There are snowplows everywhere. Like literally every turnout. And more people were hanging out here on the side of the road, and I'm like, they must not know that there's a lake. It's pitch black at night here. There's no lights. So I'm like, that's not the best shoulder to be hanging out with. And in honesty, there's a lot of places you can't stop. It's avalanche country. Hey, Big Daddy! Hugs, hugs, hugs. Returning it. And hi, everybody who I accidentally haven't seen. Let's see. And so this was the terror over here. There's more than one lake. Oh, there's another Indian-shaped branch. See the characteristic, like this has been made by humans shape? Occasionally a tree will have a natural bend. If it was growing up and there was a fallen log or a leaning log, like where a tree falls over and kind of leans on another one like a cross, that occasionally happens. But eventually leaning trees kind of get blown off of each other. A long-term misshapen branch is usually because people kept putting logs in order to purposefully do it. Now this is tantalizing. This looks like a little trail. And I don't know if it's a hiking trail or remains of what the pioneers ran around with the mules and the Indians and the trappers. It's tantalizing if I'm looking around for historical things. I kept looking up and seeing amazing geological features, places where I would definitely look for Indian petroglyphs. Another thing that the Indians did were put petroglyphs, and I have a theory that it's a navigational aid if it follows the purpose of what South American Paleo Indian tribes did. It was the petroglyphs are constellations, and so it would be a guide for nighttime navigation. You would see like a sun or something like this, and the sun would tell you what time of year that this constellation is your guide or a moon phase, something like that, then you'd like see a person, and it basically is like Orion. And so up in the sky, you would line up the guide. Here's Orion's belt on that time of the year. And then the fish or something would be actually like an arrow, like go that way. I'm just making this up off the top of my head, explaining the concept. And the or some sort of a pointy, whatever represents the way you should go. And that's my theory. So if the shaped trees are around, permanent road signs can be on rocks. But the reason I think trees are utilized here is look at the snow. The snow can be so high. This tree has to be shaped. It has to be pretty massively tall. Petroglyphs being buried wouldn't be a good time of a wintertime marker. So nevertheless, some of them might exist as a summertime travel guide. And remember the extremely long history of native occupation before colonists. We're talking 14,000-ish years. It could be an 8,000-year-old petroglyph around here. At this point in time, though, dirt accumulates at the base of boulders. So what was waist high in the past is now under our feet, depending on how much time went by. But if you were searching for such things, archaeologists might kind of test a dig around the base of a place that might be suitable to kind of see if they're there, like lying underneath the soil. So that, here I am looking when I was driving with Sarah Luna all over the place going, I want to dig over by that boulder. And she's like, why? And I'm like, oh, discovery. So this part of the drive is terrifying because the dam situation has a much steeper drop-off, and the wind was howling by the point of, the blizzard's arrival. So at this point, there are some places to pull over, and these sticks are meant to stick out of the snow to let people know where the shoulder and stuff like is, where you're not supposed to put a car. Sometimes they have reflectors, and that one might have been an actual road sign at some point. So these things are around, and at this point I've just lost track of the center line right around here. It is now just a pure white on the road, and ice crystals are blowing across, the kind that are so jagged they cut your face if you get out of the car. I've only experienced that in the High Sierras at Donner Summit, where the poor Donner Party met their fate. And that's an interesting formation right there. This is exquisite. I bet they blasted this, or they hand drilled. Kind of wondering if those are tool marks for drilling. But this kind of a crack is what happens when a crack forms, water gets in there, ice expands and keeps expanding it. And then eventually you get little boulders and little rocks stuck in there. And they can be stuck in there for like a couple thousand years. Anyway, sorry, boring you with rocks. This has an unusual curve to it, but whether or not it's a shaped tree, I don't know. But back to the scary dam here. The drop-off here is pretty bad. And you have to be able to see over this to see. But at least it has kind of a car catcher kind of a deal. And I was going, okay, I'm not looking down, I'm not looking down. And then my car starts being pushed around at this point. And I'm coming up on Kit Carson Pass. And the howling wind is bending trees like these, left, right. They're just swinging around. Branches are ripping off trees. And there's that screamy, howly sound going. And the, as wind starts slamming the car. And at this point, though, I know mostly the terror drive is over. There's this stuff up here. Oh. Oh? Wait. Huh. Really? Okay, yeah, I remember what this is. At first I was very confused. I didn't see the buildings in the distance, but this little thing was lit up. So Caltrans was hanging out here. This is a really cool old kind of a lodging house that is still in use, and it's looks like it's got a barbecue and everything like that. But this is a staging ground for Caltrans things and snowplows, and a lot of vehicles were chilling here. All the lights were on, everything was good. So this would have been a cool place to pull over, get a coffee, and hang out with Caltrans if I needed to. Big Dog says, like I said, I drive and you take care of the photography. Okay, that works. Was there any sign of Bigfoot? Negative. But then again, Bigfoot is supposed to be a spirit. Or a cannibal aggressive species, according to the Indians around Mount Hood, like the Chinook peoples. They didn't want to climb Mount Hood because they thought that there was aggressive Bigfoot that would kidnap children and eat them. And that was kind of their cultural way of dealing with lost children. And a good way to keep children at heel, don't go under too far. Bigfoot will eat you, and that's pretty good way to keep them from running around getting lost. But there's this unusual rocky thing up here with a cave in it, and so I was gawking at the cave when Sarah was driving me past here. And let me go back down. Big Daddy says I believe it might be an alien. Oh, yeah. Cogito's got to go. Good night. Good night, Cogito. Eventually, my friend will summon me. I have to talk with somebody in Australia. We're hanging out until then. This was a fun adventure, but I want to make sure everybody knows this is a rational, I'm not crazy, I don't run around risking my life thing. While the wind and such was bad, every time that it got a little bad, I know from a lot of experience with snow driving and truck driving when it's time to pull over, when it's time to not attempt this stuff. Thank you so much for the support, Cogito, and being here. I always love hanging out with you. Cogito was the first firefighter to come in. Maybe it was the same time as Torin, but those two were the first to give me an awesome education and answer all my questions that I didn't really know at the time. And so Cogito's the first volunteer mod too, and it's totally cool when he can make it here. So yeah, come by next time. Come back and see us. And let's see yeah, this is called Kirkwood Station. Very cute. And in the past, there were tons of these mile houses. It's always been an extremely treacherous drive, and it was a treacherous hike and a treacherous mule, wagon road before it was with cars. And even today, if there's just high winds, they just shut down the road. It's too dangerous for cars. They get blown right off. The ice doesn't help you, when the winds start to get to 120 miles an hour. And they were clocked at 141 this morning at 6 a.m. I imagine that was a hair-raising drive. Either they closed it or some truckers have PTSD now. Because I can't even imagine. I mean, it was bad enough. 80 miles an hour is what hit around the time I was at Kit Carson Pass at 8,000 feet. And that was the limit. I was just about to pull over at that point and be like, yeah, I'll wait till the worst of the storm passes. Check out this homestead. This could be a true, 1860s building, just with new siding occasionally slapped on and new roof. There's a lot of buildings like that in California. And you get a clue because the siding on the right is of a more modern style than the stuff on the left. But you would have to really examine the nails. You would have to look at part of the original structure to see if it's the old square nails versus the modern ones with the round heads and the pointy tips, Square nails are not pointy at the bottom. So that would tell the story of a building's history, but many, many stations were called mile houses, and they usually were in intervals of every 6 to 8 to 10 miles, 15 if the elevation climb wasn't too bad. because that's about all the overloaded mules, stagecoaches, and whatnot could handle before they needed to be rested. And since travel was slow, they were winding up in these steep slopes. They were just at a walking pace that everybody had to stop for the night. And so with every single one of these mountain highways in California, there's these little ghost towns that used to be the mile house stations where, there would usually be the essentials, the blacksmith, the livery, the stable, the hotel, the kitchen, the quarters for the people who tended the station, plus rooms for guests, and then a couple other outbuildings, and maybe a little mill for milling the lumber for firewood. Nice area. And I'm glad that they stopped the fire here. If it had penetrated and gone away past Kirkwood, this would be a wasteland. This was all saved by the firefighters. Just incredible job they did. This is one of the worst places to fight a fire. The incredible winds, the danger, very few places to shelter. This is an ancient, look at the decaying ancient wood here for this cattle pen. History was everywhere. I really need to go back and just poke around, launch the drone, get close to the buildings. Now, when I was saying, ooh, it's because I thought that we had gotten to Google Maps where there was I thought we had gotten to an older section of buildings that had just been torn down recently when I arrived there. So I'll tell you that story in a bit. But as we were driving around here, this particular little rock has a little shadow, and that's a cave. It's got to be an ancient cave. If I had knees capable of hiking, I would definitely want to be up in there. I don't know if that's a shape tree or a hideously mauled survivor tree from some sort of a crash down of its neighbor. So you climb over here, and you got to climb to Kit Carson Pass. And so I hesitated at the station back there in Kirkwood Station. And Kirkwood, I knew that there's places to shelter in case the blizzard did hit. Full tank of gas. I had all kinds of emergency stuff and hand warmers that you snap together and generate heat in case I had to get out and walk to the nearby. There's a ski resort, Kirkwood. There's Cable Lake Resort. There's these stations. Any weird, strange, odd event that I might have to walk to the next area. Totally prepared for that. Got maps, paper maps, cell phones, spot beacon locator. I was pretty dang prepared. Tire chains. So I did not recklessly run around in a blizzard. I beat the blizzard. The very front of it arrived as I went straight to safety. Now, if I had left a little bit later, it would have been reckless. But I would have stopped and turned around. I would have gone straight back to South Lake Tahoe if I had reached that critical intersection. And that's when they would have closed the road anyway. And I was ready to talk to any law enforcement and take their advice. You take the local advice. You don't randomly get detrimental optimism and think, oh, I'm cool. I'm a tourist. I'm going to be cool. I'm ready for danger. Weird things happen to me. So while this was a hair-raising white-knuckle thing, it's mostly because I'm just terrified of heights and being blown off of a road, which can happen. But, when those winds actually reach that, the authorities monitor the wind gauges, and when the wind hits, see the fire damage? When the wind hits a certain speed on other mountaintops, they close the road so that nobody gets stuck on it by the time the wind arrives. That's the way it works. So this is getting close to where I was astonished by the incredible amount of damage by the Caldor fire. It was, oh, you love my voice, it's soothing. Oh. Husky Eagle says EF3 tornado wind speed is 141 miles an hour. Yeah. And oh yeah, that shack is a fixer-upper. The funny thing about the old-growth wood where they constructed that stuff is it's so much more dense, so much more safe. It's so much more structurally sound than today's like pine wood buildings. That shack survived probably 120 years of winters at least, because that old growth is dense, and the square nails that they used. There's a really cool YouTube channel where an engineer is explaining that square nails that are tapered, they don't split wood grain. They fold wood grain in. So while they're driven in, they're not weakening the wood like our modern nails do. So they hold together wood about 30 to 70%, depending on conditions, stronger than our modern nails do. I don't know how they compare to screws, because I think screws are pretty dang nifty. But the cheapness of our construction is that screws aren't used. It's these piece of junk nails, the ones with the flat heads on the top, these manufactured crap. It's crap design, and the only reason we still use them is they're cheap. But if we banned them, we wouldn't have tornado damage like we do. We wouldn't have hurricane damage like we do and windstorm damage like we do. At a point, they fail, but they would weather many more storms before they did. And we'd have a lot fewer disasters where, obliteration happens to every neighborhood. So, Big Daddy says the wind in Kirkwood was 143 miles according to the notification. Yeah, at 6:30 this morning. So this is the Caldor fire, and you can see that if a fire crew was stuck here, there's nowhere to go, they would have been swept over and immediately killed. Should a wind gust arise and should the fire shift position, the Caldor fire was a beast of hundreds of foot tall flames. We must remember that in general the rule for flame height is whatever is on fire, including these massively tall trees. Flame height can equal 2.5 times the height of what's on fire, as far as like tree type things standing up is concerned. So you take the base of the tree's height, what is that, 150 feet, something like that? This is 200. I'm kind of not sure about the scale here. And you can have easily 300 foot tall flames. You get all of these trees torching at once, especially if they're dead. Then the trunks are burning and not just the limbs real quick. And then you've got these solid walls of flame, and then as long as the wind's blowing that way, fire crews on this road would be okay. All the wind has to do is shift. And then the way that wind affects flames is they usually want to, like with a campfire, be up, Have you seen wind fold a flame horizontal? Well, they hug the ground, and they can grow in length during the wind gust. And so that's why firefighters only feel safe on a road if the brush is less than 4 feet tall. If it's higher, and even just bushes on fire, when the wind folds them across, could straddle the entire road, and there's nowhere for them to shelter or go. They would be overrun. So this is a death trap right here for firefighting. And yet the fire crews would come out to these places carefully, and they would operate, and the aircraft would be watching them. And then the aircraft would give them, and the meteorologists would give them like minute by minute weather conditions. And if, they wouldn't be fighting like when these trees are on fire. Like we're talking about the fire being a little bit distant. And if the wind changed at all, it was like get up in the bus and run, go. And they would go to their shelter place. And around here, there were very few options. You had a big rocky hill, which was one of the places they went. And the hair stood on the back of my neck when we were doing Firestream, and I heard that they were told to get out. And they go, okay. And they were the elite smoke jumpers. And so they said, we'll be hanging out on the rocks. And so somewhere along here, they just decided to climb up onto rocks and chill during the danger. I believe it was here. But look at the fall down if your car gets blown off the road. This is where 141 mile an hour winds hit. Can you imagine the white knuckle? I'm driving a semi truck right now. Oh yeah, that's why they closed this road off. But this is one of the vistas that's just sad. This is the Caldor Fire, and you can't see the end of it. You can't look to the west or the east or the north and see the end of the Caldor Fire. It is dominating the landscape. The vast majority of these trees are dead. It doesn't look that impressive because there's a lot of rockiness too, but the black and the brown just all killed trees by the fire. And we got to remember that only the limbs burn off of living trees. The trunk is full of thousands of gallons of water. It's too wet to burn while the tree's alive. So that's why you see standing dead trunks. And some lucky trees were saved by the firefighters. That's why there's green strips here. That's where they successfully dumped retardant, successfully dumped water, fire crews successfully dug some lines, and luck too played a part where some of these trees got to live because the fire didn't get fiercely blowing that way at the time. But you can see how the rockiness here was not a barrier to the Caldor Fire when many people came into the stream and they were insisting it would be. See how there's just mostly rocks in this whole center area? The nature of fires in these high wind conditions is hopscotching embers. It's blowing in the wind. There's this tree on fire here, and the wind can blow it like nothing to that group. So it's not like a fire crew can operate safely over here in high winds if the fire is here. They're actually in extreme danger. And so a lot of people, unfortunately, came in here and believed that Tahoe was safe or such and such place was safe because they said, oh, there's a bunch of rocks. And they're imagining fire just traveling along the ground. And that is not what's happening in the high winds, especially not in the Sierras. It's embers. It's a blizzard of embers. An orange blizzard. And when your house is overwhelmed by these orange embers, it would be like raindrops. It would be like trying to keep raindrops off of your house. There's no way to do it. People imagine what they think fighting a fire would be like instead of knowing. And I'm really hoping more footage comes out of ember storms. I've seen a little bit, and I'm very eager to demonstrate that. Check out the shaped tree right there. That's ancient. Wow. That's a trident right there, and that's successful shaping on each side. I'm not sure if that means something, if it's a code, if a trident versus one limb versus on one side versus a limb on another side means something, and I don't know if anybody can give you that answer. It may be that 300 years ago that was designed, and I'm not sure that we could really get answers, but it would be really cool if anybody has studied this or knows. Matt says, oh, hey, Frank. Hello, how are you? Yeah, Big Dog says old lumber was kind of knot free. Exactly. Yeah, it's because knots are where the little branches are, and knots are extreme weak points of lumber. And with old growth, the little branches that are on the sides of the trees eventually are dead and break off, and then the tree trunk gets so big that the outer layers don't have the knot. So that's a very good point. Thanks for sharing that. This is another kind of scary point. And why is it blurred out? Okay. Check out the frozen waterfall. Isn't that neat? There was a lot of these. A lot of the waterfalls had frozen, and it was just so cool. But you see how it's not blurred here, but then it is on the other frames? Okay. But this just smacks of, oh my gosh, Paleo-Indian fortress. Great place to have a fortress for warfare, to control this pass, to dominate the landscape for any aggressive tribe, or to defend the landscape from aggressive tribes. This is There's got to be all kinds of archaeological stuff up here. This is strategic. And not only for like warfare, but for finding your way and pathfinding and sheltering if there's caves up there. So going back to the terror drive, this was not fun for me either, but at least in the dark I couldn't see the way down. And we're coming up on the Kit Carson Pass at this point. And you keep going, and I'm like, I'm not looking down, I'm not looking down, I'm not looking down, not looking down. And there's a couple of vistas that are just unbelievably sad. You still can't see the end of the Caldor Fire, east, west, north. This is it, coming and roaring through the landscape unstoppably. This is a nightmare to build a fire line in. The rocky terrain, you can see why there's nothing to be done here. Unless you're boring a hole, you're not going to really make a line. That's usually a dirt road that's expanded and widened, and trees are felled on either side of it so that a fire crew can man it as a line of battle. There's no way to do it, and there's no way to protect the crew down there, so largely this is not a defensible place. Your only hope is keeping fire out of this section in the first place, and that can be impossible. Usually, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Gosh, I'm getting heartburn really bad. Usually, if a lightning strike type fire happens, oftentimes a torrential storm rains it out, especially if we're lucky, or it's just a lightning storm rather than a windstorm. But a man-made fire happening right before a windstorm is the nightmare that we keep that keeps happening with either carelessness, recklessness, or power lines falling down next to criminal negligence by the power company. That's what we keep dealing with. But it's rugged and beautiful. You don't really get the impression. My own photographs are much better. This is washed out with, with the sun. I mean, it's a Google car camera. It's not a. It's not like it's a pro professional camera, and even a cell phone's going to do better. So here, trees struggle to live, like to survive in the wind and keep their branches. That poor little bare one. You could tell that this one's been to Vietnam. I mean, this is like help. Either help me or put me out of my misery. Almost every needle's been ripped off the thing by winds. And it's no country for old men, for sure. Now, the terror drive here kind of ends soon. And once you break through to the other side, you're like, finally, I can relax. But you could still see how the trees had just been slammed by storms, and they've been through the ringer, almost like trees at the coast. And the fire here did cross over 88, and we were terribly worried about that during Firestream, but they did such a good job of, beating it back with a lot of helicopter drops over in this kind of area. And wouldn't you know it, some seedlings are already growing back. Some regeneration is already happening. And it'll just take a really long time. What was that? Sorry, Catherine is curious. Oh, power stuff. And an ancient stump. I just thought it looked like a treasure chest box and weird shaped rocks and stuff. Okay. So, I don't remember what's ahead here. At one point, Sarah took me to this really sweet spot. And here, I'm just kind of chatting with you guys until I gotta go. Let's see here. Oh gosh, there was a lot of penetration by the fire over here. Now, part of the time I was looking down and trying to sort dash cam, sort my own cell phone and stuff out. I couldn't absorb and swivel my head around enough to 100% absorb everything that I'm seeing. And so some of this is intriguing to me. I was not expecting the Google car to have gone here in November. Um, these two trees are kind of wedged apart. I bet you anything that while they were growing out of the same stump, another one was in between them but fallen over, and so that results in that shape. Um, so I'm enjoying the drive here because I'm still assessing the enormity of the Caldor fire. I still can't wrap my head around it, and I'm still trying to play out in my head where I want to film for the documentary. I was not able, because of the weather and the crazy that happened, to film anything at all like I really wanted to. And so there's something to be said about a pre-scouting mission. And I'll be returning hopefully with a really nice camera compared to my cell phone. So I try to cheer myself up and realize, there's good value in a pre-scouting mission. What should you go photograph? What shouldn't you? Now, this is an example of a tree that was damaged by fire that they cut down. And this is a lot of this is still going, and this will be happening for years. The big danger with this that makes me nervous is they're not going to get the dead trees on the ground fast enough. You do not want this. This is a worse fire waiting to happen. When you see a bunch of dead trees in a row, the second fire that usually happens 2 to 3 years after the first one is usually worse. It's worse in every way, because now all of these trunks are dead. They are in the process of drying out. Every tree trunk burns for hundreds, if not thousands, of hours, compared to just the branches burning off in minutes to 1 hour. And the enormity of the heat, the BTUs coming off of a tree trunk on fire versus some branches, I mean, that's obvious. I don't even have to say it. You can imagine thousands of tree trunks on fire and actually actively burning. Where the first fire just had branches burning, you could see how the repeat fires, I don't know what we should call them, daughter fires after the first wildfire. All it takes is this: some brush to regrow. In 2 years, there will be baby trees and brush all over the place. So the first year, it's not that thick. Second year, it's pretty thick. Third year, it's very, very thick. It's starting to climb 6 and 8 feet tall, just bushes. And the birds will be dropping seeds here, even if the pine cones were incinerated. These mega fires, they don't renew the land. They just kind of destroy the forest, and it does not grow back unless you plant it, because the pine cones are incinerated. Like, do you see a pine cone on the ground? They're not there. They're not there. The kind of normal mild fires will help seed. Mega fires, these artificial ones where we create the conditions for mega fires during a mega drought, they are not renewing, they're just destructive. So all it takes is 3 years. You got 3 years of brush growth. What do you have with all of these big trunks that normally you could take a cigarette lighter to and they wouldn't ignite? You ever done that as a kid, taking a cigarette lighter to a tree trunk and, I thought wood burned. I think every kid does that at one point. Not like playing with matches, but like trying to build your first campfire, and you've got like a tree trunk type log, and you roll it over the campfire. You're so proud of yourself. This is going to be a big fire, and you put the cigarette lighter on it, and nothing happens. Because you need your little kindling things to be ignited first and get it going. Well, that's what 3 years of brush growth is. It's stacking kindling at the base of the tree trunks. And this is all a bonfire at that point. That will catch these trunks. Every single one of them will go up like an oil well fire. It's not only impregnated, it's not only dried out and it's seasoned wood at that point. It's impregnated with sap that crystallized into a kerosene-like substance. Pine trees are just known for that. If you need survival tips, like I need to build a fire, I'm lost in the woods, go find a dead tree or one that's bleeding sap and just take you take your knife and go get some sap off of it, some little beads of sap, and use that to light your fire. You'll be really surprised at how that stuff just crackles and snaps and gets going. It's one of the reasons why diseased trees should be removed. The sap bleeding off the sides of trees in the little crystal drops is like gasoline splashed on the side of a tree in a little wildfire that would normally just be beneficial and just burn off the little leaves and the pine needles and just creep along the ground with hardly any wind. That's the kind of nice control burn or ideal kind of fire that renews the landscape. Well, it hits that sap and it goes, the tree will torch. Now you don't have the nice creeping fire that renews. Now you've got a tree torching scenario, and the embers being splashed around, lighting other things on fire at the tops of trees. Now you have crown fires and such. You have bad ones. You've got destructive situations. So unfortunately, there's a lot of diseased trees from drought stress, fungal attack, invasive weeds. You've got a lot of bark beetles taking advantage, some of them native, some of them invasive sap-sucking insects, and all kinds of situations making it worse. I want to stress out enough, look, there's no pine cones. This is a replant job. Nature will not be able to do it herself. Since this was a man-made fire, we have to do it. But the good thing is we can prevent another disaster that might occur and be ready to happen in 3 years. It's all spilt milk. It's all happened now. We have a nice opportunity here to groom the landscape to be more fire resistant. And the nice thing, I guess, about a fire is it kills fungus. Instead of monoculture, where people of the past would take brother and sister trees from a nursery and plant the same ones that are genetically the same and the same species, which sets it up for a big, disease attack. You can't have genetically the same trees. If one disease takes hold in one, all of them go down. We can strengthen the landscape now and make it more fire resistant and much more like it was before colonization and settlement by reintroducing some of the endangered species that usually are pretty fire resistant. When they clear cut, they only replanted the valuable quote unquote trees. We're talking money. But reintroduce aspen. Reintroduce the natives, and you'll have a much more fire resistant situation. Now, this is something fascinating. All of those aspens are the same organism. I just found that out, that there's clone colonies of aspens. Things like quaking aspens. Oh, hey, Urban, how are you? Yeah, good. Yeah, finally, yeah, you caught me. Urban Interface Living says, good to catch you live. Did you get your food ordered and ready for the fire season? Yeah, I should stock up, shouldn't I? I'm getting my computer ready for it. I want to have a better stream, and thanks to your guys' donation, it's going to happen. I'm learning a lot. I'm reorganizing my old footage. And right now we're taking a fun trip down memory lane because there's not much to report. We're just monitoring the situation on Monterey, but we haven't seen any new activity. We are not likely to. I imagine that when the 9 o'clock report comes around, or 10, whenever they update the CAL FIRE, we're going to see rapid and major increases in containment. Yeah, like we're at 20. They revised it down to 1,050 acres. And I do believe they're going to wrap this up in 2 days, maybe. So let's go down my trip down memory lane. And Sarah was illuminating me a little bit about this. It turns out that there's an underground root system that's just one organism many times with these aspens. And every little tree is a new offshoot of the mother beneath, or the father, whatever you want to call it. And they're genetically the same. They're clones because it's the same root system that the organism is living underground. And I find that really fascinating. It's one of the largest organisms in the world. The largest organism that is bigger than many different blue whales combined. John Stoker was helping tell me about it, and so was Sea Probe. It's a fungus, and you can't make it up. It's called the humongous fungus. And unfortunately, it's a tree-killing fungus, but there's 3 sections of it in the Blue Mountains of Oregon, and I was like, what? But there's a specific fungus that is underground, and if it gets in the right conditions and there hasn't been a lot of wildfire, like if it's in sheltered little areas, it will eat the root systems of all trees and expand out and be gigantic. We're talking acres and acres and acres in size. You dig anywhere and you reach the fungus. And so it does cause a lot of damage and kill so many trees that it primes the landscape for fire, and fire is its only enemy. And since nothing really eats the fungus or does anything to it, it basically self-controls itself by causing fires, which limit its ability to kill trees. But when it reestablishes, it kills trees, which causes a fire, which kills a lot of it again, and it's a weird cycle. And in those particular spots, fire hasn't been present in several hundred years, and it's gigantic and bigger than blue whales. The more you know. So now, part of Catherine's world I have determined is I should go out and find the humongous fungus and show it to everybody. Google it. I'm not making this up. True CA Girl 1 says, I love aspens. They're hard to see in this beautiful areas, though it's hard to see them this beautiful areas so devastated. I know. The best way to look at this, though, is, pour one out, and we gotta shed a tear. This was unnecessary and man-made and ridiculous. But we have a blank slate to groom the landscape and make it better if we're wise. And I'm glad to see that there's been some salvage already of this, even if they work around the clock and there are teams and crews of thousands. Unfortunately, I think we are going to see repeat fires that are worse, where they weren't able to salvage log in time. But we need to get the message out that salvage logging does not harm the environment. This has to happen to prevent the worst fires from happening. Yes, some of the trees should be left on the landscape. They're going to be eagle nests. They're going to be important for owls. You got to have some dead trees in the landscape, but not many. We must remember hawks, eagles, and cavity nesting creatures are territorial for the most part, and so it doesn't do any good to have extras on the landscape that become sparklers for spreading sparks. Standing dead trees are one of the worst ways to have a mega fire become mega bad. Husky says, I got COVID-19 3 weeks ago. Pollock Pines has a high wind warning. Is that right now, Urban? Thank you for the update. Yeah, Big Dog says Sarah Lynn is right about the aspens. Yeah, that was something I may have once known, but she totally brought it back to my memory, and I was so fascinated. She's real knowledgeable. I don't know where she went. I hope she has power. She said that high winds were hitting South Lake Tahoe. Oh, I'm so sorry, Bonnie. I missed Bonnie's good night. Oopsie. Sorry, guys. I really promised to look at chat more, and I should do that. So, once again, guys, it's live questions and answers, and I usually assume you guys are talking to yourselves unless you flag me with @Catherine. If you say @Catherine in the chat, then I take notice. So, I'm going to scroll up a little bit. Matt says, Amen. I have a deck restoration business here. We're always tearing out the inferior Home Depot sappy wood crap. Nothing like some 60-year-old heart redwood. Oh, yeah. Matt, you would love the boat story I have to tell you. I found a boat in the forest made of Port Orford cedar. And, wow. A man salvaged the floating logs in the 1940s and 50s. That were still floating around the Oregon coast. And he was a woodworker, and he had a boat builder friend, and bit by bit, year by year, they added on to the keel that was laid of Port Orford old growth cedar. And whoa. Oh, did you see that magical transition? Oh, this is sad. Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, I want to show you something. We just, the Google car stopped driving this as far as November is concerned. This is where it ends, and we just popped out into a magic before the fire 2014 Street View. I forgot what we could do here. We can change Street View. What this was like before the fires. So here's January 2009. Look how nice this was. And idyllic. Here's September 2011. See that? I want to fixate on one big tree and then go through the years and see if it survives. Let's look at this guy. So that's 2009. Here's how it looked in 2009. Still alive in 2011. October 2012. Still alive and kicking. 2014. Alive and kicking. Likely dead now. From the Caldor. That's probably death. Every once in a while, a tree browns and can bounce back, especially an older tree like that. But likely it didn't make it. The weird thing about the fire that I was noticing about the Caldor, not here but near Grizzly Flats, was the remarkable amount of dead branches still on a lot of the trees when I was driving through it with Sarah for quite a long time. And I just didn't see the obliteration type burn. You see how it's obliterated right here. Every little pine tree seared off, pine needles seared off, right? Well, we know that trees are killed by heat. If this enormous, this is probably 200-foot tall flames fanned by high winds at the time that it did this. That's what happens when you see that sort of thing. And then you see the other thing where the needles have mostly browned. The tree is dead, but it was just killed by the heat being nearby. Just like take a potted plant and put it in the oven, it's going to die. So when I was scratching my head with the Caldor, I was driving for a while expecting that this is on the outskirts of the fire. There's when the wind drives it, think of the spear. The spear is aimed maybe like a throwing javelin more, It's sailing through the air, fast, being driven by wind. And then it makes a straight line of the path of the most devastation. It's where the wind is driving it, that narrow strip. And then as the wind starts to die down, fire is allowed to spill out more to the sides. And so that's why you have the characteristic pattern of a finger of fire going off on the landscape, because the wind is just driving it that way. And fire is slave to the wind. It will go straight with the wind. That's it. It has to obey it. It is like a surfer is going with a wave. But when the winds calm down, the fire has room to grow out the sides. Sorry, I'm not drawing dirty pictures. That was a spear. Get your head out of the gutter, guys. Jeez, I know what you're thinking. Don't tease me. But here I am, extremely scratching my head, extremely confused because we're winding around these roads by Grizzly Flat. Let's see what this used to look like. Wow. Unrecognizable. Yeah. So here we were driving and driving through the heart of the Caldor near the ignition point, when I made that test video. And I said, Sarah, why are all these trees just sort of heat dead? And where's the super burn damage like this? And she was like, huh. And no sooner had I just kind of said that than we turned the corner and it was the blackened, charred stick landscape. I said, oh, there it is. And the crazy thing about it was that stick landscape was so enormous that the heat in the center was so intense that the kill zone, just like when a volcano erupts, the kill zone around, the volcano is huge. And I was completely awestruck. I've been through wildfire areas before, and this Caldor was something else. This drought was something else, and part of the reason for this devastation. Oh, look at the Indian shade tree. It's probably just going to get cut down. That's one I would try to flag for saving. At least we could see it for a while, and it would be history. I don't know if they understand that these need to be saved or that they're special. It's probably just going to get cut down. But the intense heat from these gigantic, how we were seeing the 2,700 foot tall tornado looking things, which is what we now know as the center of a firestorm. When those situations happen, when the cell in the pyrocumulus cloud shows up, the heart of the fire is so enormous that the kill zone is enormous too. So a lot of the Caldor was heat-killed trees, but then I looked down at the ground, and all the pine needles were gone, and all the pine cones too, because when the bulk of the fire roared past and did all the killing, there was still smoldering stuff in its wake. And the smoldering part of the fire, the stuff on the ground that's just burning trunks and down trees and logs and stumps, all that stuff, the embers would occasionally be blown around, and it started the creeping fire that ate up the pine needles. Over time, all the pine needles disappeared, which gave it finally clicked into my head that that's what happened. Is there's phases of the fire for the Caldor, and as the fire roared past, the aftermath fire was more like the creeping, normal kind of fires you would see when the wind is calmer. So, looking back here, what were you guys laughing about? Bugs Bunny said, "Oh, hey, Bugs. I'm building a stray cat a house. I will listen while I cut tape and insulation and high smitty. Did the Packers get beaten, Husky?" And he says, 10-13. Okay. Rip. Sorry, Packers fans. And I'm not sure what 49ers smoked the cheese means. Don't make fun of my 49ers. The 49ers were the ones playing? Oh, okay, cool. I like that. Packers fans. Just kidding. Yeah, Big Dog is saying woodpeckers do need a few trees, but just a few. Exactly. The enormous amount of bugs in one single tree would feed woodpecker families for decades. They don't eat that many bugs. They're small animals. Okay, look back up. Did I absolutely ignore people? I am very sorry. Very sorry that occurred. I meant to go and scroll up, and I forgot that when you scroll up, chat disappears, and there's not an infinite scroll. Very, very sorry. If you try to get my attention a long time ago, terribly sorry. John Hill says a long time ago at 6:20 p.m. That Centralia fire was burning since 1962. Yeah, that is one thing I completely forgot to mention, is we need to extinguish the coal fires that are starting fires, by Boulder now as a wake-up call. Because they can burn for 500 years. Coal fires are a very slow smoldering fire. If look at a blacksmith shop, they have to use the bellows to get it going again with lots and lots of wind. Because coal doesn't want to be red hot. It just wants to kind of sit there and smolder and generate heat for a long, long period of time, which is why it was so desirable to have a coal fireplace like in the Victorian era, You didn't have to worry about logs popping and throwing stuff everywhere and constantly scrape the coals out and add more wood and scrape the coals out. You just stuck some coal in a small, tiny coal fireplace. In fact, maybe I can pull one up. Coal fireplace, like in a bedroom. Probably some Victorian stuff's going to show up. You have to add history, because there's all these fake fireplaces here. It was really a super luxury to have these little, yeah, they looked kind of like this. A very small corner, oftentimes little coal fireplaces. You stuck the coals in there and you set them and forgot them for the rest of the day. And you could set them up at night, go to sleep, have that at the foot of your bed, like in this old Victorian here. And you didn't wake up cold having to redo it, because they're just putting out heat on a low level. Hey, no pop-ups. And it was cool, except for the whole pollution thing and the London smog that killed everyone thing. And there's always a downside. And the whole black lung disease acquiring this stuff thing. Oh, when the coal mine collapses and mass death events thing, and the child labor thing. That wasn't very cool. But the convenience of a coal fireplace was. It could be tiny and in a bedroom compared to the expense of a wood-burning fireplace. Now, I'm wondering if there's going to be a Big Sur flyover by any of the scout planes. And that will likely happen around midnight or something. They'll do some infrared, check out where they want to, strategize next and beat it back. But I'm very, very happy we don't have anything happening here. Now let's check the weather at Kirkwood right now. Like, Noah, Kirkwood, how's the wind conditions, fellas? Let's see, going back to chat. True CA Girl 1 says, who knows what he signed in secret with all those emergency powers? Oh no. What? I missed something. Oh yeah, True. Hey, are you Super B? True CA Girl 1? Am I confusing you? I think you're Super B, right? You had to change your name? I remember watching those late night fire nados with you. So crazy, those different phases of the fire. I've learned so much from you. Well, I'm glad I've learned so much here from everybody chipping in. Is this Kirkwood? Owens Camp. Is that by Kirkwood? Yeah, Carson Pass. Okay, so the current wind speed right now there is 4 miles an hour. That's a far cry from 141 this morning. It is 31% humidity and a dry, cold situation. Wind chill, 37 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, elevation 5,240. Yeah, so Owens Camp is considerably lower than the past. Wind advisory still in effect. An advisory means it might happen. Now, it's very different than a watch and a warning. Watch is like probably going to happen, or it's somewhat mild, and warning is like look out, happening, going to happen for sure. It really matters when there's like a tornado advisory, watch, and warning. Warning is not like, oh, warning, a tornado might happen. It's look out. So let me look back up. I must have missed something in chat. Let's see. Did somebody lose a field goal? Is that what I missed? Oh, Urban says, did Newsom tie Cal Fire's hands again? Oh, I don't know. My blood boils when I look at that situation. Let's see. Looking back at the chat. Oh, I did. I am enraged about something. Something just got sealed for a year. They were going to release a report on the Paradise Fire, the full, non-censored report. Where my brother nearly died where I used to take horseback riding lessons, and where 85 plus people died because of PG&E's manslaughter, negligence, and they were convicted. I'm not using that term lightly. They were convicted, pled guilty. It's their fault, power company's fault. Dixie Fire starts very much the same way, in almost the same place. And I'm ready to read the entirety of the report, just to front to back, read it out loud so people know what the report is. The last word on every detail of what happened with the fire at Paradise. And yesterday, they announced that the report was going to be not released, sealed for 1 year. Huh. Why in the world might that be? But guess how that helps politicians that took money from PG&E like Newsom. Helps them out a lot, because now, by the time they release that report, the politicians we should be mad at, which have screwed over fire victims and denied them their full compensation, and gave PG&E powers to raise rates on the victims, and slapped their hands when they should have been shut down and had handcuffs on their hands. Now we can't tell the public what exactly happened because they're sealing it in secret, and there's all kinds of corruption. That just smacks of corruption. I'm extremely angry about that. I'm extremely angry about why they're not giving us more details on the Caldor fire. I mean, come on now. What were the father and son supposed to have done? Arrest them and you jail them and you give them $1 million bail, but you don't tell the public what they were supposed to have done? How come they're in prison and somebody like PG&E executives that burned my neighbors to death and family friends in 2017, I mean, erased 3 towns, chunks of Santa Rosa, Bangor, Loma Rica. And then the next year they erase Paradise with another fire that they start. And then the next year they start the Zog fire and kill more people and erase small towns like Igo and Ono and that area. And Redding is evacuated. And they're getting a hand slap. And but everyday people like you and me accused of starting a fire get handcuffs, jail time. The law needs to be applied to the elite as well. Otherwise, the elite will do whatever they want. They don't give a damn. PG&E just keeps killing. Their kill count is more than 117 bodies now. And this is unacceptable. So, yep, we're not going to see the report until after November elections. Bing, 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 bing. Chimp 6. So, yeah. On the Dixie, Smitty says PG&E is now going on trial. They've been arraigned finally. Good. Thanks, Urban, for the compliment. I trying to learn how to just take compliments. Thank you. I'm flattered, very flattered. I like to say my beauty has nothing to do with my looks. I shine from within. When I'm not totally enraged, but I just I was so fed up with the corruption. The public has a right to know. The public safety is at risk. Our properties are at risk. Our friends' lives are at risk. Our family members are at risk. There's some people who have not lost 1 property to fire, but 2. Who have not lost 1 home, but 2. There are more and more stories that I'm seeing like that, and we need answers. How can we prevent wildfire if we don't know exactly why they start, exactly what's going on, exactly what to look for? What exactly made them worse? What are they trying to hide? They're either treating us like we're idiots, or there's something to hide. if you look at the Warren Commission report, they got all classified, and that fueled all the conspiracy theories and mistrust of the government. Cough. Release their reports fully, and we won't mistrust you so much. Cough. What they were trying to hide is the assassination attempt on Fidel Castro, which a lot of people had suspected the United States tried to do, which is against all kinds of international rules and ethical things. Tried to poison the CIA. Apparently, tried to poison him with a milkshake. Not even joking. Castro picked it up and got distracted and set it down. That was in the Warren Commission for JFK's assassination as a possible motivation for Castro possibly wanting him dead, as a, oh my God, he tried to kill me, I'll try to kill him. So they blanked that out of the Warren Commission and released that just somewhat recently, a couple of years ago. When there's censored stuff, there's something they're trying to hide. And sometimes it's like a guilty type thing, like, whoops, breaking international rules and international diplomatic incident. Or a lot of times it's hiding incompetence and or hiding a system that's Byzantine and bureaucratic and not lithe and not fast responsive, but it's just old. Doesn't work for us anymore in the new era that we have with climate change and new challenges and mega droughts. However, somebody benefits from the old system. There's a lot of bureaucrats that want their paycheck and not have it disrupted. So take your pick. Any of these scenarios is likely. But the corruption is so bad in California, I cannot tell you. It's starting to remind me of, it's not quite as bad as like the bribery system I experienced in some third world countries, but I'm really scared because it's starting to remind me of the third world countries. It's bad. Okay, so yeah, true. CA Girl 1 says, I'm afraid there will not be any wilderness left. I know exactly what you're saying. And this is a valid concern. It's not an exaggeration. If we zoom out and we go to fire history, these are just their most recent fires. Look at how much of California's wilderness is gone. The red ones are the last 2 years, the deep red ones. That's California's largest wildfire because, this is the August complex from last August when it started. Now, it's not really California's largest wildfire. It's like hundreds of lightning strikes that went all over the Northern California. California got in August struck by more than 8,000 lightning strikes. So there were just hundreds and hundreds up there. And when the firefighters went to extinguish them, mostly this is going to be done with aircraft, and you have to do it really, really fast. All hands on deck, all aircraft, scramble them. Every lightning fire is usually pretty small until a couple days goes by and wind hits and then whoosh. So while they were trying to do this and had all their hands full with the August stuff, they were in a race against time to extinguish things. That's when PG&E and such starts fires. Just when they were getting a handle on August complex type fires, they dropped them because this is a less populated area to go save more lives in other places, like when they started the Zog fire. PG&E power lines going down by Redding. And, they have to drop everything and go save lives. Meanwhile, the fires grow here. The August complex was only California's largest wildfire because it was hundreds that grew together because they were unstaffed for months. We saw also in 2020 fires unstaffed for months. And the true largest California wildfire that California ever had is the Dixie. That's not all the Dixie. There's some overlap. There's a lot of overlap here, but that's the region. That was one start, one fire ignition. So, excuse me. Dixie's actually not here because it's probably in fire activity still. It may be in that awkward spot where it disappears because it's not in fire history yet and it's not in fire activity, but you know how enormous it was. I know it by heart now. You go to Old Station. I can draw it for you. It went, oh yeah, it started down here by Paradise. It went up the canyon and then it branched out. It goes up to Old Station. Goes around here, went around like that. It went up the canyon, destroyed Indian Valley, destroyed everything over here, went towards Susanville, went over there, hopped over here, did this and did that. Yep, that's the Dixie Fire. That's California's largest wildfire ever, if you count one ignition source. They keep saying second, and I need to correct. That's gigantic. That's 5 different counties. That's 52% of Lewis National Forest, completely obliterated, and giant chunks of other national forests and national parks like Lassen Volcanic National Park, obliterated. And the sad thing is this entire region here had just grown back and was starting to recover from the 2007 Moonlight Fire, and all of this stuff here had been completely logged away and burned, and had just reached old growth stage again, like bing. Have a ribbon cutting ceremony. We finally have old growth back in this region. We haven't had it since 1849 when the 49ers showed up and cut everything down to timber the mines. Well, it's gone. We need to really do something about this, and it is a very rational concern. When you look at wildfire history, just how much California's been gone. I don't even want to know how much we lost in all the sequoias. I think we lost a good third of them this year, where we lost a fifth of them the year before. So we're looking at extinction, possible extinction of the sequoias, just based on 3 fires in the last 4 years. And that's all the stuff east of Porterville. So, yes, we got to do something, and it is not an exaggeration that all of California's wilderness could possibly be wiped out by fire, because this is mostly what you're seeing is what's happened since 2016 only. If we turned on other layers, it would look worse, if we went back to, say, 1999. I know, it's just absolutely sad. Okay, going back to the chat. Well, it's not man-made, it's corporation-made. It's PG&E. So the reason we don't talk about space lasers and stuff is because that's what they want you to believe. They chink their champagne glasses, the people responsible who have all these millions of dollars. Their equipment, they're saving money by letting power lines fall over in storms rather than maintaining them. And when they investigated them, Butte County Sheriff's Office found internal memos and emails. Go verify it, where PG&E execs and bigwigs are explaining their policy of no longer maintaining power lines, just letting them fall over at their end of their life. It's cheaper. And they justified that by saying, well, usually power lines fall over in storms, and we're counting on the rain to make it too moist for a fire to start. And even after they kill people, like my family friend with 2017's horror show of Santa Rosa nearly burning down on the same night from their power lines that fell here, and then their power lines falling here and here, and the same night erasing 2 towns here and chunks of a city here, and killing dozens, which could have been me, if my family still lived over there. They just did not change their policy. They did not care. The next year, Paradise happens. The next year, the Zog Fire happens, and that's why the district attorneys are so angry. And then last year, this year, it's only been months ago, Dixie Fire, their power lines fell over, and there's a lot of firefighters that got hurt. Some nearly killed. There's a lot of fire crews that barely escaped. So this is why we're not happy with them. We cannot expect corporations to care, but we can expect them to care about their wallet. And until legislation is passed where they actually have to pay victims fairly, and their stock would actually be in trouble of tanking, they can't just raise rates on the victims and on Californians to pay victims, and so they don't care, and they have no injury to their stock, therefore no desire to change. Until that changes, we're not going to find any change. So am I like here ranting irrationally like, oh, I don't like the power company? No, I'm telling you how to stop this. But they're going to chink their glasses at all the idiots thinking that space lasers do this because they get away with murder, manslaughter, negligent homicide, whatever you would like to call that. That's why I don't allow conspiracy theory stuff. We know that a lot of people like to engage in that, and that's totally cool. I'm not saying people can't speculate on that. But when there's proof in front of you that it's the power company, and when they go up on the podium and say we did this, it's idiotic to think it was another reason. They admitted it in court. I'm an open-minded skeptic, but since I have looked at a lot of this wildfire damage, I've never seen anything, and I've gone to these places where people think lasers, occurred. I've never seen any behavior that's unexplained by natural phenomenon. It's mostly people just don't understand how fire behaves, that they might think lasers were involved. And what I'm here to do is educate on, and I do challenge anybody, if you have a photograph like you want me to analyze and say, how did fire do this? I'm happy to check it out in a non-judgmental kind of way. I can go ahead and check it out. And if there's anything that I can't understand, like why is the fire damage like so, that doesn't seem natural, I'll be the first to say I don't understand how that's natural. I do know that classified weapons exist. There's always, the Japanese did try to light Western California, Oregon, and Washington on fire to hurt the United States during the war. They sent balloon bombs over. And so anybody who thought balloon bombs were real, who witnessed them, was actually correct in their conspiracy theory. It was a conspiracy by Japan to do that. It just happened to be classified. I do admit all that. That stuff's very rational. However, when the power company admits that they did it, and when there's nothing to suggest lasers did it, for example, why would any government want to take out an insignificant retirement town with old people in it called Paradise? It doesn't make sense to use a space laser or some sort of a high $1 trillion weapon when in a Santa Ana wind condition, all you have to do is toss a $5 road flare into the grass and you would have the same effect. Governments and armies, they do two things very, very reliably. They target things that would strategically have value if they were destroyed, and they usually use the cheapest, most effective means possible. Governments that spend $1 trillion when $5 would do the trick don't usually survive. They would rather spend the money on something else that'd be strategically valuable. So I'm happy to check something out. But the reason we have the rules about no conspiracy talk during a crisis is this reason. And the reason is it's freaking out the victims. When the people come in here and they've just lost their home and they have suffered enormous trauma, they have seen animals on fire. They don't know where their neighbors are. They don't know if their home is standing. Or maybe they got confirmation of extremely bad news. They don't need extra stress. And when I was really talking about lasers, just trying to, bond with people, try to do fire education, because the way to prove space lasers would be to have a situation where you can't explain it any other way. That would be the way to do it. I just so far have never seen that. When I was talking about it a lot, the problem with what the people that believed in it were doing is they were telling the fire victims who were already traumatized and already stressed to fear something else. Like somebody hated them, targeted them, and wanted them dead, and wanted their property burned, and wanted their livestock killed, and wanted their neighbors dead, and wanted to kill old people. And that is stress that they didn't need, and they began to tune out of the life-saving mission that the program has. It also started debates. People started calling each other names. And I do not believe that conspiracy theory people are idiots. What I meant by saying idiots is it's idiotic when somebody pleads guilty and they've been proven to have done a crime, and then to invent a fantasy. That is what I consider not logical or good. But it plays into the hands of somebody who murders. If you come up with an alternative explanation, such as something you can't prove and something you can't fix and something you can't help, such as somebody did it or something did it, like Bigfoot, where you can't go after Bigfoot. If it's actually a murderer, that murderer gets away scot-free, and then will repeat their behavior. And what I consider Pacific Gas and Electric to be is a serial committing a corporation that has actually, they're a serial manslaughterer, is what the charges that stuck. But in my opinion, that the charges should have been negligent homicide. So I try as best as I can to save lives, saving lives, preventing fires, because I don't want to see my state burn. The best way to save lives is to get that company away from what it is currently into a different form, either a public utility or broken up as a monopoly, or make it so they can't donate to politicians. Some sort of a rule that would end the corruption cycle that perpetuates this, because that's the goal here. And it is also to comfort victims. And see, I'm open-minded about Bigfoot. We could have a funny stream about that. I just don't think it's very likely that Bigfoot exists, because in the modern era, it would have to be a creature so smart that they could avoid a lot of cameras. That would mean they'd be on the level of intelligence where they had language. So that's a scary thought, though. Wouldn't that be a twist if Bigfoot had language and they actually did prey upon people, and that's where missing people go? Like, that's a cool story for a night with a cigar where we all hang out and have fun. But during crises and stuff, I had a big problem with, unfortunately, misbehavior. People come in and said, the DEW weapons are targeting you, and the victims were leaving because they didn't want the stress. We got to make it a safe space for them. So I figure it'd be best if I took that sort of a friendly conversation / debate thing to somebody else's channel where people expect that kind of information. And I'd be happy to be a guest on that, or somebody's Discord. And you can go ahead and send me photos to my Wildfire's email. If you have questions, I can then submit them to firefighters and say, do you think this was natural? Because I want to save anyone who would listen to fire survival information. I mean, give them the life-saving information. I don't mean like I'm personally doing that. I got a fever here and I'm misspeaking. But I mean, I want people, information is the power here. You need to survive. Most people that I've seen that perished in fires, where I've gone to where they perished, didn't understand they were near a safe shelter, probably within 200 feet. Usually that's a culvert. And not knowing what to do was what ultimately killed them. I've seen very few fire victims that were 100% screwed and had nowhere to go. But I mean, that happens. So the whole idea is just to pass on the information that firefighters want people to know about surviving how to evacuate, when to, how does the basics of fire work, so everybody can understand this. And I want to help, whatever beliefs you have, you've got to understand the way fire works for you to be safe. I do want to reach the audience that has different beliefs than mine, and that's totally fine. But I can't allow serial offender. Thank you for the reminder. PG&E is a serial offender. No matter what's happening, they have to be under rein. And I do not believe that there's any strategic value in. If you look at the towns that have burned up, nobody's ever heard of Bangor and Loma Rica. Like, you really got to be a hyper local to understand what Loma Rica is out here. There's no strategic value to space lasering this. If you've ever been and just looked at PG&E's lines, sometimes you'll be astonished and extremely upset the way that vegetation like tree limbs are growing on, in, and around the power lines. This is just asking for the power line to be ripped off the tree, get stuck in the branches, and light that tree on fire like it's an electric chair. It's just common sense that you don't allow that. It's against California's codes to allow that. The level of corruption is that what's happening with inspections. I've seen even over by Tahoe and such, like 40-year-old trees older than me, growing underneath power lines, and that's illegal. You can't have that. That's just asking for a fire. They've been neglecting maintenance for more than 40 years. They ask Smitty. Smitty can tell you about his personal witnessing of how PG&E had gone out and marked power poles as brand new when they were from a telegraph. That's what Smitty said. It was a telegraph pole that was ancient, and they stamped the current year on it with a medallion. And why am I shocked but not surprised? It's just like, dang. Yeah, Big Dog, nobody's found a Bigfoot skeleton. That's also another thing. I mean, but it's, they could cremate their dead. Look, the creature's smart enough to hide from all cameras. They'd probably be smart enough to cremate their dead and or bury. But then again, it's just unlikely that Bigfoot can survive with the way we've done habitat. I mean, they would get stuck in wildfires and killed just like any other creature. The enormous caloric intake that such a giant ape would require would mean that they would basically have to gorge themselves on salmon like a bear and develop a fat layer and hibernate through winters, and that, or constantly eat extremely high calorie foods. And in general, that's not possible with the landscape that the West has. Gorillas would find it pretty hard to survive, unless they were like pandas that would sit around eating vegetation all day with but then that would be pretty much the only thing that they did all day, like an elephant. They just would eat constantly. So it's unlikely that such a creature exists, but I have a scale. If I can't prove something does not exist, just proving a negative, I just used the likeliness scale to kind of analyze how likely is it? But if you look at other creatures, we're discovering new ones all the time, even new mammals. I've touched an okapi. You guys know what an okapi is? It's a creature thought to be a myth, say, long lost cousin of the giraffe, that people in the Congo kept saying existed, and it was considered a unicorn. The world mocked the natives, saying that they were idiots and they were fools, and such a creature with stripes like a zebra, but like a weird primitive head that looked sort of like a deer. with velvet fur and a shy nature, but this large, still lived in Africa, but had never been seen by, white men before. They were ridiculed and not taken seriously until, whoops, one shows up at a zoo. They're totally real. They are shy. And they weren't verified for a long time. See, when was the okapi discovered? Quote, discovered. When was okapi discovered? This happens a lot. Yeah, 1901. Discovered by the Western world in 1901. All throughout the 1800s, people went, whatever. And then they ate their hats, So, sure, we could have undiscovered apes. But I think it was more of a spirit legend. To me, like, when I don't talk to a lot of natives very often, but they generally just say it's a spirit. And not like a creature like a bear that runs around. Now, I think the unexplored places, we're probably going to find some new species. Places like the Himalayas, places like war zones, Russia has parts of it that is so remote that no human being has visited it in 57 years or 75 years. Just because it's low population and it's that remote. We could have tons of species out there. Maybe some we thought were extinct. I mean, it would not surprise me that there's some like Ice Age miniature survivor creatures out there. Like Lake Baikal is a landlocked lake, but it still has Ice Age seals running around in it. We're going to find a lot more about the ocean. I do believe that giant octopus probably exist. Dead ones were supposed to have washed up on shores. People insist that they were just confused with squids, but they're cephalopods. They don't have a limit to their size growth because they don't have bones. That means at any depth, they're okay. They don't have bones. They don't crush. They're not a submarine, And maybe they exist. But yeah, Smitty says PG&E attested that a pole put up by Western Union in 1905 was a brand new pole installed by them in 1950. And Smitty is saying, when did PG&E go bad? They were always bad. Yeah. Smitty knows a lot about them. The Aaron Brockovich movie, the San Bruno pipeline explosion, giving people rare cancers, polluting things. Oh, and I found out a new thing that PG&E did that's just reckless endangerment of the public. The Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant is built on fault lines. Mount Diablo, the Mount Diablo with the crazy winds we were talking about. Yeah, it's still operating. It is built on, excuse me, I've got too many tabs. It is built on a fault line near San Francisco. Who on earth builds a nuclear power plant on top of a fault line in San Francisco? And only when the three reactors melted down at Fukushima from the, earthquake action / tidal wave action, did they realize, yeah, let's shut it down. So I thought it was shut down. I remember reading that around 2005, that every nuclear power plant was immediately seismically inspected and the world woke up. And Germany is starting to shut down the last of its plants. They decided it's just not worth it. Germany counted the beans and realized the country isn't large enough to have much land if any of their power plants polluted the landscape. I mean, Ukraine lost, 800 square miles? I don't remember if that's kilometers or miles. It won't be nuclear fallout free completely for 30,000 years. They can't drink any of the water there or eat any of the food. You can run in and run out once in your life, but then you risk really getting cancer if you visit Chernobyl more than once or so. So I just found out that the Diablo Canyon is going to shut down in 2 years from now. Diablo Canyon nuclear plant. Owned, operated, built by PG&E, I guess, is according to that article. So it's just south of San Jose over there. You know, in the incredibly seismically active coast range of California. It's an electricity generating nuclear power plant in Avila Beach in San Luis Obispo County. Since the permanent shutdown of the San Onofre, don't know how to say that, nuclear generating station in 2013, Diablo Canyon is the only operational nuclear plant left in the state and the largest single power station in the state. The facility was the subject of controversy and protest. During both its construction, during the operation, and including nearly 2,000 civil disobedience arrests in a 2-week period of 1981. Good for them. The reason that they were protesting, I'm wondering if that had to do with the whole fault line thing that it was sitting on top of. The plant has 2 Westinghouse-designed 4-loop pressurized water nuclear reactors operated by Pacific Gas and Electric. Together, the twin 1,100 megawatt reactors produce about 18,000 what the heck? What is GWH, gigawatts per hour? Electricity? Is that what that means, GWH? Annually, which is 8.6% of the total California power generated and 23% of the carbon-free generation, supplying the electrical needs of more than 3 million folks. What good is carbon-free, which is so environmentally friendly, if an earthquake strikes and then you pollute the state and make so much land that's not farmable anymore, livable, that you displace millions of people and can't farm it for thousands of years, and diminish the food supply of the world, and then kill wildlife, fish, and create a wasteland. Really, I really don't think the carbon offset is worth the risk. It's just a personal opinion. Anyway, it's the plant produces electricity for 6 cents per kilowatt hour, less than the average cost of 10 cents kilowatt hour that PG&E paid for electricity from other suppliers in 2014. What do you mean from other suppliers? Do you mean out of state? Or do they mean sometimes California buys power from other states? What people don't realize is the solar thing is so sad. I thought that solar power would mean that people could pull off the grid and generate their own personal electricity. And then they would have minimal need for the grid, like say at nighttime. That's not the way it works. California solar is almost like a big scam. It's disheartening. The way it works is you have solar panels on your roof. It's connected to the grid, and you generate electricity. It goes to the grid. And then the power company sells it to other states. Any excess power. Okay. So the whole benefit thing that I was thinking of is we could just dismantle power lines and not have to bury them and not have to have fire risk anymore. And we could be going truly green and safer and self-sufficient and not, it's nice to be able to say, I'll generate my own power. I don't think I want to buy it from manslaughterers anymore, repeat offenders and felons, which is PG&E. I'm totally not cool with you burning down our state and our forests and killing animals and killing people. I think I'm just going to say no to your monopoly and make my own power. It's not like that at all. It's enriching them. And it's not really that green. They're just, all that does is lower the cost of, it's supposed to lower the cost of electricity. It still hasn't. It just seems to be making more profit for them. And they get to have extra energy to sell to other states. It doesn't seem to be lowering the cost of anything. And in fact, PG&E got so much solar power, from all these places one year, they forgot to they underestimated how much they'd have to expand their grid. Expanding their grid means more environmental destruction and more power lines, so more copper mining. Copper mining is extremely hard on the planet, not green, extremely polluting. So more of that had to be put in place instead of less. And they forgot to expand fast enough to accommodate the expanding solar stuff, that they had a crisis. They had too much power in the lines, and rolling blackouts happened because there was too much power. And then they asked Nevada, they asked other nearby states. They're like, yo, Oregon, you want to buy some power? And Oregon's like, nah, bro. Dams. Hydro. Dude. And they went, okay, Washington? And Washington went, no, bro. Hydro. Dude. They went, Nevada. Nevada went, don't need it. We don't have that much population. And, dude, hydro. Hoover. They went, Arizona. New Mexico? Hi? You want to buy some power? And they went, not really. Solar. Dude. And they went, okay, we have to get rid of the power. We got to offload it. You want to buy some power, like at all, for cheap? Shrug. And then they finally said, all right, we would like to pay you to take the power. And the other states went, yeah. They went, yeah. California had to pay. I imagine it was PG&E. I'm sorry. There's a couple more companies. Like in Southern California, there's SoCal Edison. I think it was PG&E that had to pay other states to take the power, or their own grid would fail. You gotta love it. But California solar is not what people think it is. You just get a discount on your own energy bill, which is coming from the grid, which is oftentimes dirty pollution. Because power companies buy power from other states where it might be coal, and it might be salmon-killing dams without fish ladders. The old style dams really didn't have them. Snake River dams and such, Eastern Oregon, don't have fish ladders. It just really depends on what's going on. Power companies buy and sell from each other and transfer it to different states. And it's just mind-blowing that that's some sort of a market. So I don't like that situation. I would love for solar to be a truly, get off the grid, just say no to monopolies and corruption. Self-sufficiency, no power bill, no worried about, put on a sweater, say your power bill isn't too much. You're telling senior citizens to put on a sweater, be uncomfortable, that's how to save the planet. No, just do clean energy. That's a better sell. Clean energy, no power bill, and crank up the heat as much as you like it. It's clean, it's green, it's free after initial investment. That's what I would like to see, and sadly that's just wasn't what hasn't happened. But if we push for it will. I think the breakthrough will be when there's battery breakthroughs and energy storage. That's the missing piece of the puzzle. Because right now solar and green things can do something, but only when it's windy for wind, only when it's sunny for solar. And you need a way to store it. You need a way to store that energy. And ironically, right now, if you just hooked up a bunch of car batteries in a big room, any submarine sailor will tell you about the dangers of a whole lot of batteries. That kind of a fire can be enormous, out of control. So getting a permit for that in your backyard is nearly impossible. You'd have to have some crazy fire suppression systems, and I recommend having the kind of enclosure where you can shut and seal doors and deprive it of oxygen. You might want to have some valves to put in pure CO2 to deprive it of oxygen. It can be done, but boy, do you have to be careful. So many submarines have gone down because salt water's hit the battery, and not only is there toxic gas clouds, but fire too. And oh my God, I've seen those movies. Desiree says, "Oh hey Desiree, what's up? When I was living in Sonoma, PG&E did a merger with Sonoma Clean Power, and my energy bill tripled. And they were getting power from other states and other sources too. Yeah. Does anybody remember Enron? Oh boy. Yeah. Wait, Matthew, what were you saying? This is the rant where I lose all credibility. What did I just say that wasn't true? Most of Nevada's power is from coal, so I don't know what you're talking about. I said Vegas gets its power from the Hoover Dam. Vegas is the #1 source of energy that, by far, that is Nevada's need as far as population center goes. Did you forget about the Hoover Dam and what that's for? And that's why they made Vegas? Did you remember the history of Vegas part where they put lights everywhere because the Hoover Dam was going to create some of the cheapest electricity ever. So that's why they got as many neon lights as they wanted to do. And that was the whole selling point of the allure and amazement of Vegas. Nevada is one of the least populated states of the Union. And while the rest of Nevada might have some coal, whatever you're talking about, I was specifically mentioning Vegas. And Nevada did not want to buy the power that it didn't need. It was only willing to take power it didn't need if they were going to be paid for the situation. And in reality, they need to be paid to take on extra power, because when you suddenly get a lot of extra power, you have to carefully manage it. You have to call people to come into work and manage the extra power surging through your grid so it doesn't overwhelm it. Power isn't very easy to do. If power was easy, everybody would do it. But it's a whole lot of engineering, long distance transmission. It's an extreme amount of planning, engineering, maintenance, and power companies are like little armies. They send out field officers. They do damage control when they've been hit with storms, and still accidents happen where you have these massive fires. I have witnessed one where a substation exploded, and I drove by it and thought it was an airplane crash. And that's just because mistakes happen. So let's see if I am BSing you or not. Did California have to pay other states to give them power? Let's see. Was I just making this off my head? Or is that a true 2017 article where I'm actually telling you the damn truth? Matthew Thrasher. Is this coming in 5x5? On 14 days during March, Arizona utilities got a gift from California, free solar power. Well, actually better than free. California produced so much that it paid Arizona to take excess electricity. And I don't know that Nevada ever did, because like I said, they didn't need it. They've got the Hoover Dam for Vegas. I don't think Nevada's ever had any situation that I can recall where they were desperate and were like, help, 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 we need power. It's a pretty steady supply. So I did say Vegas. I said Hoover Dam. Okay. You're welcome to constructively say things. You're not allowed to try to take shots at me or try to put little minor cuts on me. I don't care if you donated before. You can rationally say, I have a correction for you. I believe such and such happened. Then we'll look it up together and we'll figure it out. But it's not polite to tell somebody, oh, you're going to lose all credibility. You're ranting. You're BSing. How would you like that if somebody did that to you? That's leaping to some extreme conclusions. Most people are rational and understand that when you're storytelling and telling an entertaining story, which happens to be true. I'm talking off the top of my head while I have a fever. A rational person would say, hey, no, you're sick and everything, but I think you misspoke. Isn't such and such true instead? That's called being rational and polite. But going to the deep end where, oh, all of a sudden I've lost all credibility because what if I had done what you said, misspoken while I have a fever? I don't think you understand how people work. Most rational people understand people are not correct 100% of the time. But the best thing a person could do is always admit when they're wrong and make a correction. I just happen to not be wrong about this. Other times I have been. I accidentally, and I really regret it, saying that, when the Grizzly Flats was threatened by the Caldor fire, Caldor had been a tiny fire that people did not expect to grow large. The Dixie was raging. There was Grizzly Peak and a different Grizzly Flats of Plumas County, and a Grizzly area, and Grizzly, I'm not sure if it's called mountains or whatnot. And I accidentally, just because I didn't know there was another Grizzly Flats, I don't know that much about El Dorado County. I thought since there was a fire with Grizzly Peak in the Devil's Punch Bowl, people came in saying that Grizzly Flats might burn down, and I said, no, it won't. It's stuck in the Devil's Punch Bowl. I thought they were talking about Plumas County, and I regret so much not taking the time because I was in the middle of something. I was fully asked, do you mean Plumas County, right? Unfortunately, people came in, said that stuff, and they were gone. And when I was like, huh? Nobody told me. And that was really unfortunate. So yeah, I screw up. And yeah, thanks mods for being on top of it. One of the flaws of reasoning is that if somebody commits some minor error that nobody will ever, saying always and never and going in absolutes, it's, there's plenty of people that completely fell from grace and repented and came back, and people respected them later. Like counselors come to mind, people who admit that they're wrong, that's usually respected. A lot of counselors for drug and alcohol addiction, they have got a bad past. There's a lot of pastors, people who become involved in churches because, boy, they changed. But boy, did they have a wild youth. And it's, I don't know. That's all I can say about that. But let's go back up to, the geysers. Yeah, we were talking. I'm sorry, I was reading about Diablo Canyon. Please keep me on track, guys, especially when I have a fever and I just forget the original topic. And the point of me telling a story like that was to be entertaining. I try to mix entertainment with information. I'm not the best comedian, but I try. And you just can't do something like sell power to Oregon. Interesting side note before I read more about this disaster waiting to happen called Diablo Canyon Power Plant. Oh, wow. Is it coastal too? Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, you're kidding me. I didn't notice that, guys. I have a dark monitor and it's far away from my chair and it's angled so that black and blue is kind of looking the same. Is it coastal? Oh, no wonder people freaked out after Fukushima and decided this shouldn't work. Oh, man. Okay, one little thing about Oregon is Bonneville Dam, either that or the Dalles Dam, or both. Mainly their purpose was to provide electricity to Hanford, one of the few nuclear ghost towns of the world. I mean, everybody's heard of Pripyat over by Chernobyl. Well, Washington has its own nuclear ghost town. Where the government walked in the 40s and said, everybody out. Oh, yeah, and you can't tell anybody why you moved. Just leave, though. Thanks. And the little school is still there. Like, they had a cool 2-story high school from turn of the century, and I think that's part of the original town that still remains. I'd love to go film it, but oh my gosh, the pollution there, the hazmat suits, I mean, I want to film the facility of Hanford. What the government did was set up a uranium enrichment plant. It required so much power to enrich the uranium for the atom bombs that coal plants didn't provide enough. They needed to dam not just a river or a couple of rivers. They needed to dam a mega river like the Columbia, one of the world's largest rivers. And then they had a cable that went to Hanford. Gosh, I just tell people what the hell I'm talking about. I'm gonna hang on a second. I thought I could type this. Hanford, Washington. So they needed a cable. Okay. Let me zoom out enough that it makes sense. It's really remote. A very sparse population anywhere east of the Cascades. Deserty, high deserty, dry, and so it's over by, oh dang it, I lost it. I was hoping it would do that zoom thing, like, there you go. Wasn't a big kind of a city anyway, but they dammed the Columbia and they needed a cable getting all the way there. And, God, where is the Bonneville? The Dalles. And they couldn't find enough copper for part of the completion to get the power there. And I don't think that that's correct. I didn't think it was way over by Kennewick. I thought it was a little bit over closer to here. But am I just discombobulated? Is there more than one Hanford? Anyway, so legend has it that FDR had a meeting, and they said, we can't come up with the copper that's used for the bullets. And he goes, all right, it's not like I'm a metallurgist. What transfers electricity pretty good? What's a good conductor other than copper? And they said, well, gold. Yeah, pretty good. I'm sure he looked like, thanks, Goofy, for saying that, whoever said that, because, I'm imagining that it was a fun conversation somehow. And the next best conductor was silver. And they probably mentioned aluminum, but aluminum has a terrible thing that happens when there's electricity running through it, and that's it expands and contracts with heat. That's not good. They eventually banned aluminum wiring from households because they started house fires and things like that. You'll still find it in some appliances occasionally, and it's okay for speaker wire and that kind of thing, but you don't want to load it too much. So silver it was, and they had to issue a recall of silver coins in the United States, melted them down to make the dang cable. And I always wondered what happened to that cable. Where was it? How big was it? How long was it? I need to know, because holy crap. Can you imagine either a fine silver or a sterling silver, which is 92.5% silver, the rest being copper, 925. You see jewelry stamped 925, it's sterling silver. I want to know where that cable is. Oh, Big Dog says, but nothing beats fires being started by beavers. Oh my God. Yes, Beaver Mafia. They mean business. I don't think we'll see another beaver started fire. this year because I think everybody paid for protection. But you never know. Sometimes they might pull a stunt in order to squeeze people for more. You never know. They're crafty rodents. They can't be predicted, and that's why everybody lives in fear. But yeah, it's true. Near Troutdale and Columbia River fires can be real bad with that extreme wind. A fire started, and we were a bit concerned about it during Firestream, and then they wrapped it up real quick, and it turned out that a beaver had felled a tree on a power pole, power lines, and the power lines ignited the fire. Sure enough, there's this chewed up beaver thing. You can't make this up. But I know it wasn't an accident. I know it's the beaver mafia. The everybody paid their money in wood chips or however else they could pay, and I'm sure they'll find a new racket. But let's go back to this disaster waiting to happen. This coastal nuclear power plant called Diablo Canyon. So it looks like thousands of people were arrested during its construction. We're still in the intro phase of this wiki article. I would like to know more about this because A, I don't like nuclear anything. I know that it has a place in our lives and it's necessary for some things, medical reasons, but I don't like the idea of it being a simple power plant because all a nuclear power plant does is make steam, and I don't think it's worth having another Chernobyl happen or a terror attack or something like that happen, an accident, a tidal wave, just unforeseen something, and the consequences be that bad. I think there's better ways to make steam. Just saying. But anyway, people are welcome to their opinion. We probably do need nuclear stuff for other applications, space, submarines, medical. But let's make steam another way. Okay, so go back to this. The nuclear power plant, blah, 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 some random statistics, blah, blah, blah. Though it was built less than a mile from the shoreline fault line, which was not known to exist at the time of construction, is located less than 3 miles away from Hosgreave Fault, a 2016 NRC probabilistic, is that a word? Probabilistic risk assessment of the plant? Probabilistic? Okay. What is your job title? I'm a probabilistic risk assessor. Okay. A 2016 NRC probabilistic risk assessment of the plant taking into account seismic risk estimated the frequency of core damage at an instance per 7.6 million reactor years. So they think it's very unlikely that the earthquake would damage the core. It's on the coast. And the earthquake didn't damage Fukushima either. There was a giant wave, one of which just hit again last week from the Tonga, from volcanic eruption. So who cares about 7.6 million years about that? It's tidal wave vulnerable. In 2016, PG&E announced that it plans to close it. Remember, this is 1 year after the Fukushima thing, or if I remember, Fukushima happened in late 2015. No, it was March, excuse me. Japan calls it 3/11, 11th of March. Never mind. So in 2016, PG&E announced it would close it. But in 2024 and 2025, the two reactors, stating that because California's energy regulations gave renewables priority over nuclear, the plant would likely only run half-time, making it uneconomical. What? That's their reason? It's sitting on the coast, and we saw what happened to Fukushima, but they're shutting it down because renewables were incentivized, and they can't make as much money? Okay. That's this, according to End of Atomic Era, PG&E to close Diablo Canyon nuclear plant, San Francisco Chronicle article. And wow. And there's the quote right there. So that's it appears to be a legit citation right there. Okay. I thought it's because they learned the lesson of Fukushima. I was wrong. They were totally willing to put the public at continued risk of Fukushima-style meltdown. Unreal. Unreal. Yep. Tiger Lily. Hey, hello. Hey. Uh, yeah. Let's see. Tiger Lily says in the drowned backup generators at Fukushima. Exactly. Oh, I was just mentioning batteries, and when saltwater hits batteries, you have bad issues. So it's not like they could just bring it back online once they pump out the seawater. When saltwater hits batteries and generators, you're done. They counted how fast they could fly in generators and fly in the repair equipment, pump out the water, get the backups back online to keep water flowing to cool the reactors. And they could not find a way to do it in time to keep the meltdown from happening. Um, it wasn't possible. And that blows my mind. Um, you've got a matter of hours. You would think there'd be a button to push where the National Guard would just go to the nearest place that had generators and pick it up with helicopters, dump it in there, and all of a sudden they would just put thousands of workers to work. But it wasn't possible according to their calculations. Now, if Tonga, even as far away as it is, over by New Zealand, California had I think it was 6 hours when I was covering the Tonga thing. From the moment that I heard about it, it was around 2:30 in the morning, and I don't know what timing Pacific it blew up. But it was dawn when the first tidal waves started hitting the buoys off of California's coast. It hit Hawaii much earlier, hours and hours earlier. So even though Tonga is over by New Zealand, it was less than 8 hours when the waves hit California. So if there's a subduction zone earthquake straight off the coast of California, the tidal wave moves around 500 to 600 miles an hour, which is the cruising speed of a jet. And the tidal wave will be on its way before anybody can even confirm it, be sure about it. And can we anticipate such a disaster? Do we have the ability to anticipate the power plant being damaged and repairing it within the amount of time that reactors will melt down? Usually that's within a few hours. I mean, you've got less than 24 typically. If you've got no water on them, it's maybe less than 5. It just depends. And so in total, reaction time would be after a tsunami, even if it was very, very far away, almost Australia, at most reaction time would be like 9 hours. That's it. Come out of the blue, probably during a holiday, when you can't reach people you need to. So that's why this makes me extremely anxious. I cannot, when I heard that they were going to shut it down, I thought it was like now. I thought they were going to do it in 2016. This blew my mind that it's still going, and they're like, oh, we'll do it next 2 years later. And we just had a new tsunami hit off the coast as a warning. A nice wake-up call. In 2020, experts at California's Independent System Operator, CAISO, warned that when the plant closes, the state will reach a critical inflection point, which will create a significant challenge to ensure reliability of the grid without resorting to more fossil fuel usage, and could jeopardize California's greenhouse gas reduction targets. Well, let me break it to you. Those targets don't exist anymore. They were gone the moment that the mega fires released billions or whatever tons of CO2. If they just prevented PG&E from starting these fires, we might still be on track for some greenhouse targets, but that's gone. I mean, they couldn't even see the Statue of Liberty anymore in New York City because of California's fires. I'm sorry. The greenhouse gas targets, they're gone. Rest in peace. It was a nice dream. In 2021, the California Energy Commission and CAISO warned that the state may have summer blackouts in future years as a result of the Diablo Canyon closure, coinciding with the shutdown of 4 natural gas plants of 3.7 gigawatts total capacity and the inability to rely on imported electricity during west-wide heat waves due to reduced hydroelectric capacity, meaning droughts, and the closure of other coal plants. So yeah, writing's on the wall, a crunch is happening. But guess what? California can make all the steam at once and all the electricity that it wants. You don't have to use nuclear or anything or nuclear fuel. You can gather up biomass like the sticks and leaves and logs and dead trees, and you can make steam that way by burning it, but slowly over time instead of the massive carbon dump that wildfires are. And the benefit is you won't be killing the forest. So with biomass plants, the forest is still around. It doesn't have to grow back, and it keeps turning carbon into oxygen. California has all the free energy at once. It's called biomass. Don't understand what they're talking about. Oh, and if we gathered up all those sticks, logs, and whatnot for biomass power generation, we could carbon capture. We don't have to have dirty, polluting wildfire smoke. Now they know how to make carbon into usable building blocks, like building materials, and that could reduce the need for wood. We could reduce the need for concrete, and it would be carbon sequestration, long-term storage. Like there's all kinds of lovely environmental things where we take care of nature, nature takes care of us. I wish this kind of stuff was mentioned. But hey, theoretical. As long as you put out, if you need new technology to solve an issue, I think all they need to do is have a couple $1 million prizes, and people will science fair this and come up with the solutions. We could also turn California's invasive weeds like Scotch broom and blackberry vines into biomass, green electricity, and then help heal the environment and save the endangered species who are being choked out by the weeds, and help farmers too, help landowners, help the environment. Put a bounty on weeds, help everybody's allergies out. We spend billions on herbicides and bad chemicals on that weed control, but if you put a bounty on the weeds, they'll be gone in a nice, clean way, which is called wrenching them out of the soil. Add some robotics to it, and you don't have to waste people's time with this hard manual labor. I think that we have a bright future if we want it. This is a very pessimistic, weird outlook, the way that they've framed this argument, but solutions that are positive are all around us. They benefit everybody. Hey, Jonathan, I just said carbon capture and no dirty smoke like wildfire. I said turn the carbon into building blocks and then build with those blocks instead of timber so that more trees stay up. It's not worse than coal. It's worse than coal if you do it wrong. Stay with me now. Stay with me. And I'm actually off on the released carbon from fires. The rest gets used by new growth. I'm sorry, but new growth are little seedlings, and they don't really happen. The mega fires burn pine cones into cinders, so there aren't any new trees that grow. Very, very few after wildfire. In fact, let's look at the Tillamook burn. For 30 years, nothing grew back until they dumped pine cones out of airplanes. So what is growing back is little bushes and shrubs. They are not capturing carbon and turning it into oxygen like a giant old-growth tree is, or like a forest of old-growth trees. Not at all. Um, you can't just deforest the landscape and call it great. Like, oh yeah, at least there wasn't much carbon release. You understand how much carbon stays in the atmosphere because an entire forest is gone? Remember how much oxygen the rainforest produces? Well, much of California is tropical, not is excuse me, extratropical, non-tropical rainforest in the form of the redwoods and such, especially up by Humboldt County. And the amount of trees dead in all these fires, the amount of carbon that gets turned into oxygen by a fully mature forest, which would take 75 to 120 years of growth. That won't happen for 120 years. Bushes don't cut it. So not only have we screwed that up, we're causing droughts and we're making it less likely for the forest to be able to come back. Because what trees do, which is different than bushes, is they release a lot of they have deep roots where they get aquifer water. And then at night, after they have done photosynthesizing, they release a lot of moisture into the air, which forms clouds, which makes rain, which keeps their own environment moist and makes clouds for other environments. Desertification is a real extreme threat because small bushes and immature trees don't have deep roots. They don't get their water from the aquifers. They are more dependent on rain, more likely to die in a drought. It's a very bad, horrible cycle. It'll be very hard to reestablish forests from what we lost this year and even just from 2016. It'll be extremely difficult. It won't happen in my lifetime unless they do something like find a cure for aging. I'm never going to see Plumas County again like it was. None of us alive will. So if they're painting rosy pictures about how wildfires are somehow beneficial for carbon capture, that's part of the propaganda machine from the people that are destroying the environment. Don't buy their BS. Listen to science on this clip. You understand that I've studied the Tillamook burn like pretty dang thoroughly. It didn't grow back. When pine cones are turned into ashes, there's no seeds. The only positive, like I was saying earlier, is that instead of monoculture, we now have a blank slate to reintroduce a healthy mix of forest species. So that eventually, after we're long dead and our grandchildren, though, and great-grandchildren will have a healthy, nice forest that looks more like the Indians, how they manage the land, keeping a variety of species alive instead of monocultured pines. But that's once again if we do it right. Now, either biomass is consumed by fire, whether or not we do it clean and we carbon capture in the form of generating steam for electricity. If we don't, it just eventually burns in a lightning strike fire with dirty smoke and all that stuff. It's just more environmentally friendly if we somehow collected the biomass, burned it clean, captured the carbon, created building blocks with it or whatever else we wanted to do, and took the leftover ash, dumped it out of airplanes to fertilize the land. And we didn't have the whole terror, smoke, mega fires, dead animals. We're still going to have some. We're not going to be able to control nature. But when we're good stewards of the land, like the way the Indians manage things, we benefit the environment and then the environment benefits us. All these mega fires are optional. They are usually our fault. They're very rare in nature. We kind of cause them to happen with a lot of screw-ups, such as monoculture, cutting down fire-resistant trees and planting pines, like the fire-resistant ones are things like oaks. We caused our own problem in many ways, allowing invasive weeds that promote fire to take over. Most native California grasses are now extinct or critically endangered, and these invasive grasses are now more flammable and more fire intense and cause more damaging fires than the native grasses. So we screwed up in 25 different ways the environment and caused mega fires. But if we take responsibility, learn from our mistakes, instead of drinking rosy Kool-Aid and saying it's fine, That's fine. Not much carbon, released. It's gonna be fine. Forest is gonna grow back somehow. And believe stuff like that. We're just gonna see a desertification like we'd never seen before. We know that deforestation causes climate change. That is proven. The Middle East used to be the Fertile Crescent, and it used to be a rainforest. In North Africa, there's still bits of it left called the Atlas Mountains Preserve. But you cut everything down, you change things. You change global weather patterns. The rain that used to happen does not happen. And it's real hard to reverse. Not much has been positive. The only positive I can really draw is that we can have a blank slate, and instead of being dirty and polluting and very, very unfriendly to the environment, we could hopefully just learn from the mistakes. I'd rather see the forest provide our energy than some oil company, some coal company, some murder company, some monopoly, some Fukushima waiting to happen. Why don't we let nature provide? Whoa, yeah, no accusations on each other. I'm sorry, I haven't looked at chat. Um, the we don't want to like totally blame, and point fingers and say you're to blame, somebody else is to blame. We just blame the problems. Mostly, if we take responsibility, like whoops, boy, did we screw up. As a culture, as a people, when we take responsibility, we can fix something. But hate game and this side's bad, this group's bad, that sort of thing. It's better to just have a nice constructive chat and listen to everybody's input, as long as it's nice, rational, respectful, and accusing people of being shills and stuff is that's not good. And that's not what I'm doing. Please don't misinterpret me. I'm just saying who benefits is the corporations don't care, the ones that have benefited from the enviro destruction. And it's up to us, we normal people, to come up with the solutions. And I do believe if we say, hey, here's our environmental problem, like example, like what you're saying, that biomass is dirty. I think we can say, make it cleaner, come up with an invention, and here's $1 million prizes. That would be awesome. If we don't have the technology to make it 100% clean, what stops us? Need is necessity. That is the mother of invention, not greed, actually. And so there's a big glimmer of hope right here in all this depressing mess. You know how they just said that they're shutting down a dangerous nuclear power plant here because greenhouse reduction targets, fossil fuel taxes sort of thing, these incentives which subsidize clean energy and make it cheaper, which means that the dirty fuels and the nuclear is not as competitive. It had an impact. A pen stroke, some bill about greenhouse gas reduction targets changed dirty fuels to clean ones. The problem is there's not enough clean right now, and so we're reaching a crisis point. But there's that glimmer of truth right there, that a stroke of a pen helped make things more clean. So why does the stroke of a pen say, hey, here's financial incentive to come up with this extreme need that we have? Not only $1 million prizes, but you're probably going to be able to patent it. And can you imagine little clean wood stoves where no smoke comes out of the chimney at all? You go out and rake the leaves, or the robots do, and bring in the biomass, and they put it in these furnaces that are portable. They put it into a green battery. The green batteries are taken away instead of extreme wildfire danger. You know what people do right now? They rake their leaves up into a pile and burn it. They light it on fire, and smoke stings your eyes. Let's stop doing that. Why aren't we generating power with it? Just nature can provide everything we need. We don't need to run the risk of Chernobyl's happening and having terrorists that are nuts possibly break into these things during riots and do crazy things with dirty bombs. Our nightmare of terror is still a dirty bomb, where all they need is a little bit of nuclear material in a normal bomb, and you could splash radioactive cesium or something all over a major city. That's worse than 9/11. Way worse. So, yeah, Big Dog says. So I want to keep it nice and inclusive, and if anybody's feeling targeted or anything, I don't want them to feel that way. And so I want to remind everybody about that nice, calm atmosphere that I like to try to maintain. And I agree with you, Jonathan, that Forestry Service needs a deep breathing. Definitely. I do have an email. I'm going to type it here. If there's something I should read, I'll definitely check it out. It's Catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. I'm not sure if my friend is like, where the hell are you? I said I'd talk to her. Let me check. This is the hang out with me until she shows up thing. And she's had a hard time. I want to be there for my friend. But right now, we're still good. You got me still, guys. Let's hang out. And I know I've missed you so much. And I've missed even having these debates because when you have debates with anybody that has a totally different, totally point of view, those conversations are more valuable. They are really much more valuable than some echo chamber conversation because it will get you to think in a new way, consider new facts. It's good. So I'm sorry. I should be much more attentive to chat. So Chris, oh hey Chris, how are you by the way? Yes, my dog got all weird and clingy when it happened. Oh, that tsunami thing. Yeah, guys, tell me what was your experience with the Tonga eruption? I was pretty weirded out that I had a nightmare about it the week before. I mean, I've to put that in context, I stay up with volcano news. It's just a passion. And I become more worried about the more dangerous volcanoes. So yeah, I'm worried about Shasta, worried about Rainier, and those near population centers. But in the Pacific, I'm especially worried for the Pacific Islanders who don't have the funds in their own nations to monitor and get early warning signs. I was shocked to find out that Tonga didn't have seismometers on it. And I think that's just horrible. They can't afford them. They're 60 grand with a cost of $3,000. Upkeep a year. You need at least 3 on every volcano, and they have multiple volcanoes and multiple volcanoes erupting. And yet they had very little tourism, especially. They've been walled off since COVID hit. They kept COVID out of their country. I mean, they're island nations. They're tourism based, so their revenue is tanked. I believe it's in our best interest. I mean, A is the right thing to do, but B, even if we were cold-hearted snakes, to put seismometers on all the volcanoes of the Pacific, because the tsunamis could really affect us in less than 9 hours. It's in our best interest to know when the heck one might happen. And we could have had more like a 24-hour or a 3-day warning of this eruption, depending on what kind of little miniature earthquake swarms, harmonic tremors, and other things that only animals and instruments can detect. They're lucky nobody died. I think nobody died, but they had an average of 15-foot waves that hit them in less than 20 minutes. So I already explained in my stream that I heard the eruption, I believe, and I thought that it wasn't it. I thought it was a truck slamming doors like a big rig. And it turns out that other people heard it in Alaska, and they were reporting in Spokane, Washington, Seattle, Tacoma. The crazy thing about Tacoma is Tacoma Airport, SeaTac, had fog, and the shockwave pushed the fog out of the runway for a second, and then it came back. Wow. It circled the globe 1.5 times at least. Very similar to the way that Krakatoa did, but Krakatoa did a full 3 revolutions around the planet. It was not detectable by everyone. It would have been a weird whoosh in some random places like the Swiss Alps, I'm sure. But in other places, it was felt beneath people's feet in the middle of continents very, very far away from Krakatoa, which is Indonesia. So, man, our volcanoes powerful. I have always been awestruck by them. In Plymouth County, growing up underneath Mount Lassen, it scared me to death. I remember one of my first memories was the boiling mud of Mount Lassen National Park. You guys been there? You have to go. And the boiling mud is called Bumpus Hell, named after a guy whose last name was Bumpus, and he was walking around the boiling mud as a pioneer explorer and fell in, and the burns to his leg were so bad he had to have a leg amputated, so they called it his hell, his personal hell. And then they put some boardwalks on it, turned it into a volcanic park, and there's all these signs, in childhood that said just don't leave the trail, and it was just a little wooden boardwalk, and if you slipped or played, like a child around the fence and on it and slipped, it's just boiling mud all over, making little sounds, the bubbles popping. And I went to the edge of the boardwalk, and there was a like almost like crime scene tape where it said closed, and there was a dead end boardwalk that had collapsed, and there was a pair of boots in it, like rubber boots. As a child seeing that, after seeing the story the ranger told about Bumpus, I was picturing somebody, oh my God, somebody fell in. He probably was okay, I mean, the boot's probably protected. He probably went, oh my God, and sucked his feet out of it. There were no footprints, thank God, but just a pair of boots stuck in it. I don't know if somebody was repairing the boardwalk or what the circumstances was, but boy, did that just give me nightmares. My parents were the ones talking me down from this like, oh my gosh. Chris says, Chris, how do I say her name? I'm sorry. Tiedemann, right? First time in history that Tasmania was on a tsunami alert. It was a bit of an anxiety moment. They are saying that it may cause cooling of the temperature in the South Pacific. Oh my God, there were 3 fatalities. I didn't know that. I don't think that it will, honestly. If you watch, he explains it best. He's a real volcanologist. Geology Hub channel. That eruption was probably just it may have even been phreatic. I don't know if it was a magmatic one. It was not one that ejected a lot of ash. Ash is and sulfur dioxide reflects sunlight back to space and causes cooling. The vast majority of what was discharged into the air, what seemed to have happened was a normal earthquake, and then the seawater went through the crack, and the seawater being cold, and of course, magmatically heated, lava heated, hot rocks down there. It's like throwing an Olympic swimming pool onto a giant hot plate, cranked on maximum. That explosion was a steam explosion for the most part. And what was ejected into the air was the mountain had built itself up to a state where it was peaking out several hundred feet above the water, above the sea level. Not very high. I mean, we're talking like maybe 100 max. And that was where it had ejected ash slowly over time, and it just kind of fell down. So it's all very loose. If you were walking in it, you would have a lot of ash, like walking through like after you burned a bonfire or something, and it would stir up, it would fly up in the air, and because there was a big boom, it was ejected extremely high into the atmosphere, but it wasn't much. It was mostly what just resided on the tippy top of that mountain above the waterline. It was just loose and just got thrown up there. A true magmatic volcanic eruption, which I'm not sure was something that happened, would be ejecting ash constantly, bam, 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 for days, probably before settling down. Like when Mount St. Helens erupted, Pinatubo, there was that ash for days, a massive amount, and even Mount St. Helens was a VEI 4. VEI, Volcanic Explosivity Index, is amount of ejected material. We're talking the ash and the rocks, the lava, mostly. And when Krakatoa exploded, it didn't have a weak point like St. Helens did, where one side could blow off the side. It seemed to be strong in all sides, so the entire mountain reached the threshold of where it couldn't contain the pressure. The entire thing fractured into little bitty pieces like a mirror, and that was blasted off into all directions. Giant mountainside chunks fell into the ocean, causing some of the world's largest tsunamis ever. And that was a VEI. What Krakatoa was a 6 or 7, right? I thought it was a 6. So while the blast is gigantic, the actual shockwave blast was, what you saw in that mushroom cloud was largely the vaporized water. It's got that white, wispy, and gray looking look to it. True ash is a dark gray during a magmatic eruption, and the white and salt and pepper look is going to be a mix of steam a lot of the time plus some ash. And there was a lot of white, and the steam mostly is this evaporated salt water. And then it kind of came to a halt. There's clear satellite pictures. It's not still venting ash. So the amount of ejected material is way smaller than, Krakatoa, Mount St. Helens, whatever. And so, did I see the Zoom Earth footage of it? Yep, I had a stream about it. Not a stream, a video. I couldn't go live. My computer was in the middle of doing something I couldn't stop, so I did a quick video. And there wasn't anything to cover. I got into the channel that was covering it very well, Agenda Free TV. And I participated in the chat there, and a couple others covered it too. And when somebody's already doing an emergency, there's nothing I can add. I monitor the situation, ready to go live if a secondary eruption happened and a bigger tsunami, especially one coming towards the United States. Now, going back to, what my original point was, so it's not that big. The explosion was big, the volcanic explosion, not that big. It rated on the VEI scale, which measures ejection. So it's still going to be one of those powerful blasts of decades to come. And definitely stronger than nuclear blasts. That was probably like 600 atom bombs at the least, right there. Dang. And so it's big in megatons. It's small in VEI index. Go figure. I don't completely agree with volcanic explosivity index. I'm sure that's interesting and everything, but I'm against, in general, the confusion the public has on exponential scales. People don't realize that a difference between a Richter scale 8 earthquake and a 9 is gigantic, because it's exponential. So just as exponential, Mount St. Helens was a really pretty small eruption. Big explosion, small eruption. Go figure. This was also a much smaller than Mount St. Helens eruption, but a much larger explosion, due to the fact that steam flashed over because of salt water. Now, if salt water had been present at Mount St. Helens, different story. Oh boy, would that have been enormous. But this is why Ocean volcanoes are extremely frightening. More frightening than your average land volcano, for sure. You got these special hazards where a minor earthquake at any time opens a crack, saltwater explodes. Wow, bam. We can have an eruption, explosion like that anytime. There are so many erupting volcanoes in the Pacific. Uh, and we don't monitor all of them, which is so scary. Plus, the caldera collapse, or cone collapse, or crater collapse scenario, which means the sides of a volcano. When an eruption happens and so much stuff from the inside is ejected, even if it's really minor and really calm, it's hollowing itself out. A volcano is getting hollow in the center. The sides are getting weaker. There's not much holding them up. And at any time, any earthquake of any size could cause a crack, a fissure, and a chunk of a mountain can hit water. The tsunami wave height of a landslide-based tsunami is only equal to the amount of water displaced. There's no cap on it, like you have with a seismic earthquake, which we estimate to be about 100 feet, according to the Tsunami Research Center that Oregon has. I don't know if it's U of O or OSU doing that study, but they've got like a wave pool thingy at Newport, I believe. I'm watching a documentary about it. So while a traditional underground earthquake or undersea earthquake can only make tsunamis about 100 feet tall, we're talking curling wave height. There's no limit to the height of a collapse. The Canary Islands was one scenario that they worried might happen, and that's been mostly debunked. It's just not really like 100% debunked. It's more like just so remote that so unlikely to happen in any of our lifetimes or even like a million years. But we see with the quake of Alaska in 1964 that the seismic tsunami hit Oregon and killed people. The seaside, it hit Crescent City and it killed people. Hit Hawaii and I believe it killed people. That was the seismic part, and it shook loose a cliffside in Valdez, Alaska. And the cliff jumped into the bay. And let's see, I forget, 147-foot tall tidal wave wiped out the town. I believe on the stream, not stream, but on the video, I explained that. I can't remember. So I was thinking, I thought this would be a memorial site. This is like a tourism site. Oh, a high ground map. So the cliff over here off screen, chunk fell off, splashes into the bay, and the tsunami went and took out the town. There was very little survival hope. With a 150-foot tall wave, there was a ship moored or coming in to dock, a full-size cargo ship. Not of today's cargo ship, but yesteryear. Something you'd see in the 40s or something. It was just picked up and like dumped in the town. And this happened in minutes. I mean, it was splash, wave, crush, mass death. So when they went in to reassess the seismic hazard, they moved the town over there, or somewhere similar. I don't know what this whole model is. I can't read everything. But they had to move it because this is still vulnerable, and it's still it's going to repeat happen. The Columbia River had a little-known splash tsunami, too. I don't believe it had anything to do with the quake. But a giant chunk of the Columbia, northwest of Portland, had a cliff face crumble. And it sent a tidal wave crashing into houses and splintered the houses into matchsticks. So this can happen anywhere, it doesn't have to be the ocean. I was hoping that geologists would come up with some special terms to differentiate different types of tsunamis versus tidal waves. And anyway, but the wave height was absolutely insane. It's one of the most tragic stories of ghost towns I've ever heard, and the pictures match. of just beyond belief damage and the ships in the middle of the town. And a lot of people had just come to the shore, including children, to greet the boat, and it's a tragedy on all levels. So what we should worry about, though, is this is what happened, really close by. But if a volcano was to have a weakened spot in it and collapse and splash into the water, tsunami wave height could be 300 feet tall. It just depends, and that's worse than the seismic in some ways, because I'm not sure about it. I'd have to look this up, but that might be even a curling wave at sea. The kind that would flip a, Poseidon Adventure, flip a cruise ship, especially if the boat was passing by the volcano. And that's what happened with Krakatoa. The tsunami sank boats. It was a pretty serious shipping lane, still is. There's very few boats on Earth where, if you look up shipwrecks in the databases, that were sunk by a volcano. But it's an exclusive club, but they're out there. I wanted to make a video one day that what shipwrecks out there were the unfortunate victims of a volcano. It's probably a short list. So let's go back. Oh yeah, Big Dog is saying it's way smaller than Pinatubo. Pinatubo was a 6. Oh, thanks, Chris, for stopping by. And the sad thing is, guys, I've got to go too. But I wanted to wrap up with some questions. Let me tell my friend I'm almost done streaming, and it's time for me to spend time with her. And I'm glad that so many people wanted to spend time with this little stream. You guys obviously stuck around, and we had good conversations. I do appreciate everybody's input. The volcano video is up. You guys can watch it. I kept it as short as I could because I was, not feeling well working on the computer. But I'm glad to see that a lot of people stuck around and just wanted to hang out with each other and me, and I'm so honored by your presence. And it's making me feel good to hang out with you. You guys are such wonderful people. I mean, I wish we met under better circumstances and not fire, for sure. Oh, and I don't think any nuclear test happened at the volcano because you can't hide nuclear fallout. The nuclear accidents and weapons, the only positive thing I have to say about them is they're the one weapon you can't hide. These days you can get a dosimeter or any detector of radiation from Amazon. I'm going to walk into the kitchen real quick here. And they're the one thing you can't hide. The Soviet Union tried to hide Chernobyl, or at least buy time to they thought they were going to get it under control. The reason they thought they were going to get it under control is everybody told that Gorbachev that the accident was minor. The poor guy was surrounded by people too terrified to tell him what was really happening because they thought they'd be sent off to gulags and never seen again. They didn't realize Gorby was pretty rational. He wasn't a mean dictator, but that's the way Soviet was. And so when he was thinking maybe we should make some announcements to the world that we need help or an accident happened, he didn't think he needed to. He thought, well, if there's been a minor steam explosion, that's embarrassing to the Soviet Union. It's showing our allies that we screw up with engineering. It's showing weakness. And it's better to fix this flaw. Showing our enemies that we have weakness. And it's better to fix this flaw on the down low. He had no idea that radiation was spreading all over Eastern Europe, going to Finland. And in Scandinavia, all of a sudden alarms are going off where the Scandinavian nuclear power plant thought that something was wrong with their own power plant, and they said, crap. They called everybody else, and everybody else called everybody else. Like, is your power plant leaking? No. Well, where's this coming from? Nuclear fallout's the one thing you can't hide. And so it's one of the very few things I could say with absolute confidence that nobody's doing above ground nuclear tests. Human beings are really, is the second reason. The second reason I could say that confidently is human beings are really irrational creatures, and we can do some really bad things to each other and the planet. And we can definitely, we agree on almost nothing universally. Humans don't really agree on a single religion or a single code of ethics, a single code of laws. We don't agree on how to manage the oceans or how to do anything really. We bicker and fight and have different opinions on like every subject as far as world leaders and such go. And there's a huge variety of rationality in world leaders. A lot of them are just really not rational, obviously. However, the world came together to do two amazing things that were wonderful for people on the planet. I would like to leave you with this. This is so awesome. Even the world's most irrational people and leaders. We're talking the world's most irrational people, the ones doing mutually assured destruction and other completely insane things. The Cold War types. They got together and signed a treaty. And they did two things. First, we eliminated smallpox. Awesome. That proves human beings could work together for the common good of the planet. Everyone decided smallpox had to go, except for a tiny, weird anti-vax minority that said smallpox was good for you. Can't make this up. Go ahead and look at old newspapers. Anyway, but as far as world leaders went, everybody got on board, and we did something amazing. The second thing that world leaders did, that everyone agreed to, was to ban above-ground nuclear tests, for the simple reason that we were poisoning the entire planet. Ice cores were being drilled in the Arctic, and they were full of fallout. The thousands and thousands of nuclear tests that happened, they didn't realize that fallout went over the entire globe because it went to the upper atmosphere, especially the big tests, and that we were all, and still are, all eating radioactive food. When Fukushima happened, when they tested the Pacific, they had to rule out the background radiation from nuclear tests. It is still washing into the Pacific, irradiating the Pacific. It's coming out of all of our rivers, of every river, every stream in the entire planet. The nuclear fallout that hit the soil is still washing away with erosion, hitting the rivers and hitting the oceans. We're still eating radioactive food. Cigarettes went and started causing cancer because way more often than they did before. Partially because tobacco is very good at absorbing minerals from soil, and nuclear radioactive minerals are one of those minerals. And so even today, smoking tobacco, especially from the United States South, is the equivalent of 50 chest x-rays. A lot of it is because the tobacco companies found out that their product was radioactive. Ever so slightly, you know. Picking up a pack of cigarettes is not going to hurt you in your hand, but you do not want to inhale radioactive burning material. That's not good. And the damage to the DNA is extreme. There's other things that make tobacco toxic, such as cadmium in the soil. That's beside the point. But tobacco companies actually tried to wash tobacco leaves and make it clean. And smokers didn't buy those because they didn't have as much tobacco kick, nicotine kick. And so they stopped that. But they were trying to wash nuclear fallout off of leaves. Can't make this up. So the world was totally insane until everyone realized we were going to die. The amount of fallout building up is pretty extreme. We can't do this, not even one more test, and all the world signed the test ban. I mean, everything relevant, all the modern countries. That is the only two things that I know of that humans ever really agreed on. And we're talking the majority of people. So, nobody Not even mad dictators are doing above ground tests. It would be terror. Only a terrorist has an interest in that. There's no reason to test them anymore because we already know what they do. And like I said, when there's a target, like if there's a conspiracy, then the target has to be strategic. I don't see what Tonga is like, what people would have as a target in Tonga. I don't see what any nation could benefit by causing a tsunami in the Pacific. Only a terrorist would want to do it. Russia wouldn't want to do it because it is in the Pacific. North Korea wouldn't want to do it because it's in the Pacific. North Korea tests underground. As many disagreements we have with them, we're pretty glad they do it underground. You know, we don't freak out. We're like, okay, if you're going to do that, do it underground. Pakistan does it underground. India, I believe they test it underground. But even that's pretty rare. It just drains your economy's budget. They're the most useless weapons. They're either doing too much destruction or not enough. If you ever look at old videos, the troopers that watched the nuclear tests were like taking cover in a ditch. So they have a very small, like 5-kilometer, 5-mile kill zone, and then people in a ditch can survive. So most armies can survive direct nuclear attacks by building World War I style trenches. But they're not really a good weapon, and they're just a deterrent that's extremely expensive. So there's not a lot of interest in them. And I can't see any benefit whatsoever of doing any sort of test like that. Just a terrorist would have interest. So going back, if Big Dog says if I do a road trip to Chernobyl, examine the ghost town, and I will not be driving, I will not be doing that. I'm going to wait at least a decade before even contemplating a trip to Pripyat. And I don't think anybody should be there right now. As far as tourism, it's not good. There's still some serious radiation, and it's just like, would you want to go get a bunch of chest x-rays? There's no safe level of radiation. Every bit of it that's ionizing is damaging your DNA. So you're making a sacrifice to your health, whether you know it or not, and you're just kind of rolling the dice and hoping for the best. It's their life, though. If somebody wants to do it, it's their life. For the people who are studying the effects of radiation, I think they're heroes. They are risking their lives to bring us the information scientifically of what happens after such a disaster. I think they're heroic. The people who are there to take a photo and a selfie with Chernobyl, I think are crazy. Hey, Big Al, hello. Oh, no, you didn't just drop in, right? Yo, you heard that bear urine is radioactive? Gosh, that would explain so much. It would explain so much. And I think that's your new mixed drink that you should make at the bar. Not just the bear urine special, the radioactive bear urine. And it should have a special property. I think it should glow in the dark. So be sure to get a black light and mix up something that's blacklight reactive. J Cat says 3 idiots drove through Chernobyl in Top Gear. If you're in and out, as long as you're not breathing the dust, you're supposed to have your windows rolled up. Unfortunately, a lot of the bus drivers that evacuated Pripyat rolled their windows down and inhaled the dust, and not many survived, if survivors are to be believed. But the Pripyat evacuees only had one trip with possible windows open, so they had less exposure. But reactive dust, that's not good. That's not good. It's like smoking your cigarettes and getting your chest x-rays, except way worse because it's cesium. You know, it's bad stuff. So let's go back. I should have a GoFundMe. Gilligan's Gulag. Oh my God, you guys are funny. Right. You also can't hide the flash. That's a good point. The flash goes for pretty far. I studied nuclear weapons testing casually. I had this amazing music video project that I made in a video editing class where I edited together nuclear test footage, and I want to finish that project. I lost the original, but I stumbled upon some of my work. So if I can recreate that, I made a sweet music video to nuclear test. It's really cool. It's eerie and it's scary too. um, Mesmerizing though. The restored footage in 4K is just. There's a movie, and William Shatner narrates it, and it's actually horrifically boring. I like mute it and just watch the nuclear tests. What's that one called? Where they lovingly restored the footage, though, and it's just totally worth watching. It's on Blu-ray and stuff. Also, the Atomic Test Channel. Shout out. Incredible. But I want to look back at some chat here. And yeah, the sonic booms, that's exactly what happened. Anytime the sound barrier is breached, that's a sonic boom. So did the shockwave do that? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You'd like to see the video? Cool. Cool. I can't wait to serve it up. I mean, I was really proud of it. I was heartbroken when the file corrupted, and I go back to the backups, and the backups overwrote the file because the latest one was it was a school mix-up. But um, it gave me the impression that in the hard lesson that you should have alternate backups, like cloud, and then that would have been cool. But I can stitch that back together. So here's the thing. I have to rehabilitate my computer. I am deleting the duplicates. I'm consolidating my hard drives. Thank you so much for your kind, generous donations. You're getting me there. I now have, thanks to Tiger Lily especially, two twin 7,500 RPM, or is it 7,200? Can't remember. But the fast spinning hard drives of 10 terabytes in capacity. Oh yeah. I want to acquire another one so I can RAID. And that would help speed up video editing, speed up the whole thing. But this is a lot of 4K footage that I could potentially film, edit together for fire documentaries and other content that I think you guys would enjoy. And so that's what my big project currently is. I'm making good strides. And then I can show you. I've been sitting on like a decade of footage from just random adventures. A lot of them is, it's not the world's best footage. It's filmed on like Galaxy S3s and stuff. Like I went to Alcatraz, other ghost towns. I filmed abandoned ships, gone to special places, abandoned places, ghost towns. Not paranormal stuff, but history. I have connections where people want to take me into mines. I've made connections with a lot of people in a lot of walks of life. I've interviewed World War II veterans with incredible tales of kamikazes and ramming submarines, and I really can't wait to now that you've donated things to me for my computer for the stream, I can now video edit with just a few more modifications. So I'm assembling everything that I've had, and boy, do I have a treasure trove. I really hope that we have a calm fire season so I could do more of this kind of stuff where we just hang out and I just talk about the cool stuff. And then you can also tell me where to go. I will take that gas money and go film the blimp hangers at Tillamook. I will go into caves. I have caves to show you. I have majestic crystalline caves to show you. Frozen waterfalls. exotic locales, abandoned air bases, um, shipwrecks, um, an ancient forest on the Oregon coast that was inundated by uh, some sort of a flood, and it's a petrified forest at low tide. I've got cool stuff to show you. And then when I get a real camera in my hands, like a Sony A7S III that could see in the dark, I'm going to go back to the dark places, and you're going to see incredible wonders. And I can't wait. I can't wait. So, Happy New Year. Apparently it's fire season already. Well, yep, it is. Winter is always fire season for any type of mountain area. The Rockies, like what we saw with Boulder, Colorado, they had their own, it's almost like a Santa Ana thing. Windstorms coming off the mountains in winter normally don't start a fire just because they happen to be wet, but when they're dry, when they're coming out of the desert, all it takes is a spark, and that's why we got to be extremely careful. Winter fires are the worst of California's history as far as death, destruction, loss of life. I mean, Oakland, Paradise, November 8th. That's because the Santa Anas and Diablos are something else. The whole 141 mile an hour wind gusts, you don't fight fires in that, you run. And so that's actually when Californians need to be the most vigilant and the most afraid is Santa Ana/Diablo wind season, October through February. We got very lucky. We've had a real wet winter. We are extremely lucky that the Colorado fire here by Big Sur started by the ocean, ran up to it, and stopped. And then we had perfect firefighting weather to clean it up. And let's go look at some things right before I sign off here. I am signing off. Look, not grown. Yay. And that's absolutely lucky. And our brave fire heroes, these fighters, have pounced on it, slammed it with aircraft. They're really good at what they do. As long as Mother Nature allows them an opportunity to corral these suckers and get them either put out, extinguished, or contained within record time, they do a bang-up job of it. They do pretty good. This summer, though, was one heck of a drought summer that was unprecedented. But whenever they had the opportunity, they took it, and they did a great job. So we should never blame them for anything. What would you do, with 100 mile an hour wind gusts? You'd run too. Yeah. People are like, why weren't they fighting a fire? That's because you can't. While the winds are doing that. And I hope that fire education will help people understand their massive sacrifice, and the public will stop blaming them for things beyond their control, and start cooperating a lot more with what they have to say. Because if a firefighter tells you to do something in your neighborhood, by God, you should do it. Just trust his or her knowledge and do it. So, oh, you're back, Eagle? Sorry. Oh, hey, Cheryl. Yes, I'm sorry, guys. Oh, and there's many anomalies out there. Star forts. Oh, yeah. I love castles, trains, ships, boats, forts, Native American history, dying ways of life. I want to interview people. Catherine's World would be a variety show. I was just talking about how to present that and market that and separate it from Firestream, because I want this to mostly be Firestream, where people get notifications. Please like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell button, guys. Sorry I said it, but if you do need helpful fire information when there's a crisis, unless there's some really random, compelling reason, I will be here. My mods will be here. Thousands of people will be here to help their fellow man and community through it. So hit the notification button with the ringing bell. And my plan is to have this one, Catherine Davidson Wildfires, to rename it to something like Wildfire Information and Evacuation Volunteer Center, something along those lines. So people can be notified just about fire info. The people interested in my other topics, such as scrapping, Saving the planet environmentally through scrapping, urban gold mining, e-waste recycling, computer repair, that sort of thing. I have a lot of topics to discuss. Those will be split off into their own channels, their own playlists, so that this particular one is about fire notification from this point out. So if you did unsubscribe because you don't want to see random hang out with me videos, sorry, please subscribe again. This will be the emergency headquarters. The World is Ending channel, that would be more of a party one. Yeah, so yeah, I do love mysteries. And I would be happy to talk space lasers or conspiracy, cryptids, anything like that. I'm an open-minded skeptic, but I'm Scully. I require evidence. But also, I do know, as a philosopher, if no evidence exists for something, or if, like, in the past, all traces of something was erased by disaster or time or something, it doesn't mean the thing didn't exist. But logical reasoning, you can put it through the steps to see if there's no evidence, how likely, though, something might be the truth. And that's usually the answer that checks all boxes and leaves no lingering questions. That's how you get real close to the truth, close as you can get without hard evidence. So that kind of reasoning game is great. And any topic, I'll be happy to look at it. That might be pretty fun. We can have challenge me sessions, whatever. Yeah, because I am intrigued by all mysteries. I think mysteries are cool. The only thing I will never do is I'm never going to lie to people, clickbait, or do anything shady, devious. I've seen a lot of that. Somebody pretends something's a mystery if it's already been solved, or I don't like a charlatan. I don't like tricking people. If you have to trick people for your views, you're just not good enough at what you do. Well, I keep it real. So, but thank you all for being here. Yeah, exactly, Big Dog. The reason we were able to quickly pounce on fires again, the Dixie Fire is no longer sucking up all resources. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah, we all should have mentioned that. Oh, Cheryl says, so is the cold air of the Arctic helping with fires or slowing them down? Oh, no, not at all. Yeah, any last call for questions? The reason I know that it makes fires worse, cold air, is that I know a lot about scrapping, scrapping metal, and just random topics in general. And so the breakthrough for making steel cheap and manufacturing it in mass production, the things that allowed things like bridges like the Golden Gate, Empire State Building, ships of war that were made out of metal, to be mass produced, and crafted our entire world. So much around us is steel. Just take a magnet and go touch things. Not a hard drive, but anything else. Anything sticking to a magnet is pretty much steel. There's very few other magnetic things. And even a lot of steel is not magnetic. It's been kind of non-magnetized, or it's so weak you won't notice, like stainless steel. But almost everything that's metal around you is steel. It's that cheap to make. And the way that this came about was Henry Bessemer had a breakthrough, and he has a steel plant and everything's going normal. But he did something like read somewhere that cold air had more oxygen, just like cold water has more oxygen. That's why salmon need really cold water. And he had the brainchild idea, oh, more oxygen means a hotter fire. So instead of paying for more expensive coal, which would burn hotter, or other fuels, which was keeping the cost of steel high, he had the genius idea of pumping not just concentrated air, compressed air, into the furnaces for melting down iron and creating steel. He pumped in cold air, icy cold air, more oxygen rich, and boom. Manufacture of dependable steel on the cheap. Unfortunately, when it comes to wildfires and structure fires, you have more oxygen-rich air and you have wind, and it's the equivalent of his blast furnace. Firefighters will tell you that for some reason, like the Christmas tree fires, the Christmas fires, the Thanksgiving fires, just seem to be worse. Like the house just goes up quicker, and especially if there's wind. In some circumstances, it's a double-edged sword. Winter, you usually have more humidity, which dampens down a fire's activity. But you have colder air, which is more oxygen-rich. A lot of times that balances it out. But when you have a wind event like Santa Ana's, remember where the wind's coming from. Where's that diagram? I swear to God, I'm signing off here, guys. Last round for questions. This is really what I mean. It's a wiki one. Here. Nope. That's Diablo Canyon. Wait. Guys, I have a tab addiction problem. Okay, there. Remember, they're coming from Nevada. Santa Ana's and Diablos are dry. And cold. And fierce. And tornado speed. And or hurricane speed. With the gusts. That is why California is way more fire danger in winter. That's why things like Oakland, neighborhoods of Oakland, disappear with a rate of spread of like every 40-ish seconds a new structure was on fire. And that's like what you saw in Boulder, Colorado, caught on camera. And everybody watched in horror as neighborhoods were just swallowed. Unfortunately, for those reasons, the worst California wildfire season, for sure, and in many other places, is winter. We just get lucky that they usually have wetness and don't happen as much. That most people are not camping and lighting campfires. That humidity usually is damper and all these factors. But boy, when one happens, hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butts. Yeah, Ryan DeBoer says, non-ferrous, I've scrapped a few tons of copper and brass aluminum as a skill-billy hobby. Awesome. Well, that's cool. I think you would be very interested in my urban gold mining walkthroughs. Pound for pound, e-waste is just as rich in gold as high-grade pay dirt, which is called gold ore. But you don't have to mine it. It's sitting there in the trash. You just gotta pull it out. Or tell everybody you know, hey, I do e-waste recycling. Oh boy, well you get a whole bunch of stuff dumped on you, and then you just have to process it. So, J-Cat says, what about the non-metal chinium? And I'm sorry, I have to put a countdown on the questions. 10 seconds. Type your question in this last call. Now, what about the non-metal chinium? Crud that comes from China that they pass off as metal. Oh, I didn't read that. It was a J-Cat. Okay. Wow. I think it's that's a good joke. That's pretty funny. I just read that out loud and with such naive, you got me. With such naive enthusiasm. At first I thought you were talking about some newly discovered thing that might, help us make green batteries or something. But no, it's just a carefully awesome crafted joke. Okay. Gerald says, I actually thought Colorado had a dam, only to find out it's on the other side of the fire and has not been running in decades. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not familiar with Colorado. I haven't been there except an airport. But Cheryl, if you weren't here earlier, it could have been caused by a coal mine fire. That blew my mind. Just like Chevy Chase says in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, if I woke up with my head sewn to the carpet, I couldn't be more surprised. I mean, what kind of headline is that? Oh, not that one. Sorry, not the control room one. The other one. Here. Underground coal mines is a possible cause. And they did start a fire before. I had no idea that an underground coal mine fire could start a wildfire. But we learn something new every day. Yeah. It did in 2005. Wow. Smitty has more unpleasant things to say. Crap scrapium, Chinese metal, QED. Oh my gosh. Smitty, we can't make this an anti-China hate thing. We'll get banned there. you know. But yeah, they did mass produce steel in a bad kind of way that hurt Americans trying to compete with us. And I was glad that the metal sort of thing, I mean, our Allentown is already hurting, We didn't need to lose any more steel plants in the Rust Belt, and something had to be done about that. So I was very happy that finally we had somebody stand up to him on that issue. I was not happy about scrap metal prices falling for the entire duration of the Trump administration. I was crying in my virtual beer over that. I held on to my copper and sold it as soon as Biden came in, and boom, it just went through the roof. So that helped me when COVID hurt the wallets so bad. But I can't wait to spread the word about green scrapping. It's the greenest thing you can do for the planet. Never mind paper recycling and stuff. If you're not recycling the metal that you use, you're not green. So hold on to your vacuum cleaners and your e-waste and all that stuff. For God's sake, don't pay somebody to take your e-waste away. That's it's like paying somebody to raid your wallet. They're gonna get paid. They're gonna get the gold out, and eventually I'll do my scrapping channel and explain to people how what benefits the environment benefits your wallet too. And hopefully we can start more of a movement to combat this e-waste thing, because boy, does mining really hurt the planet. And it's fun. I find it fun. A lot of people don't, but I like to watch television and then have little tools in my hands and take things apart. And the cool thing is people will give you stuff they think is old and not worth anything, and you realize that circuit board sells for $80 on eBay. They love it when you call them back and you're like, here's $40. I'm splitting with you 50-50. Bring me more. And they're like, what? You get cool stuff. Gold in the vacuum cleaner? Nope, lots of copper though. E-waste. E means electronic. So, vacuum cleaners are still just motorized. They are motorized. They have a motor, which is going to have a lot of copper in it. The vacuum cleaner cord, has got a lot of copper in it. It's beautiful. But to have gold in it, electronics need to talk to each other. Whatever electronics do. So pick up a charging cord for your phone and examine the end. It has gold little teeth at the end, little gold-plated fingers. A lot of people will use their USB cord and they just toss it in the trash. They throw away gold, they throw away copper. And don't. Every bit of copper and gold that you save is that much that doesn't have to be mined. Don't worry about stuff that sticks to a magnet. You can even throw it in the backyard if you're rural, and it'll rust into the environment and weigh to nothing, unless it's stainless or something. Don't be worried about recycling steel too much. Iron is very, very plentiful, and it rusts back into the environment. It's not a big deal, but the rarer metals, the non-ferrous, the copper, especially the platinum families and the gold, all of that needs to be recovered because of incredible environmental damage. So I'd love to talk to you more about that, but it's time for me to go. Oh, Ryan says I could smell copper like a bloodhound. Awesome. I call it red gold. Copper is about to skyrocket unless one thing happens. That is graphene's mass production. If somebody invents a graphene mass production, all of our power lines are going to be replaced by graphene, and copper will tank because it won't be that necessary anymore for a lot of applications. However, that's probably a long way off. Copper will always be valuable for bullets, unfortunately, so in wartime it'll always go up, but graphene will replace a lot of electronics copper use. It's just that the breakthrough in mass production isn't here yet. But can you imagine power lines made out of graphene so strong that a tree falls over on them and the power line props it up? Graphene's incredible. You could have flexibility and almost diamond hard strength. So the world will completely change when graphene happens. You'll take your television and you'll roll it up like a towel and take it to the beach with you. You're going to take your phone, roll it up like a little piece of paper and stick it behind your ear and whip it back out. Here, I said it. January 2022. I've said it even other times, but that's coming down the pipe. Just need to know about mass production. Yeah, Cheryl says they stopped making copper pennies years ago in China. So did we. We have zinc pennies with a copper coating. Yep. And J.E. Cat says power lines are aluminum with steel core to service lines. Please tell me that's. Do you mean the long distance, high tension? Because what I'm talking about is residential, city. You know. But we'll have body armor that's like a shirt, and bulletproof. We'll have cars that can get in wrecks, completely protect the occupants, can crush up and crumple and then bounce off each other and mend their shape back to what it was. And metal with memory, where it reshapes itself after being crushed, is in the works. There are some properties they've been able to elaborate produce it on some ends, so that the future is going to be nuts. And they already thought out the TV. Yeah, copper oxidizes. Right, but that's what the jacket is about. I've taken copper wiring from the 1920s and stripped it, which don't do, by the way. Please don't do it. Asbestos was in copper wires before 1980. Don't do it. Still is in Canada sometimes, so don't do it at all in Canada. But the United States, I was naive and I stripped copper wiring from the 20s. All this fluffy stuff came out. I was like, what's that? Oh, God. I hope I'm going to not die from that. Flew right up into my face. Anyway, yeah, I know that the high tension lines are not, and thank you for the clarification, because here I am not being clear, high tension lines, they don't have a jacket. They're just kind of like out there and make that horrible sound when you walk underneath them, like, and the helicopter guys that work on them, oh my God, I couldn't do it. Yeah, copper would sag to the ground. It is pretty heavy. But I guess the reason they're all exposed like that is they're up high off the ground. And I guess if they expand and contract and heat, it doesn't matter if they're not jacketed. But I'm uneasy with the whole concept. A linesman came to school one day. He was like, consider a career in being a linesman. And we watched this video, what they do with the helicopters and stuff. I was white as a sheet watching it, like terrified. And I watched some YouTube videos of linesmen playing around. Oh my God. Yeah. So, thank you all for being here. Gonna hang out with a friend now, and I hope that I stream again soon. Hard at work on the computer. I'm sorry, I have more than a month of time I was stuck in California to reorganize all my affairs. I'm extremely behind on personal affairs. Plus, during Firestream, I lost 96 days in a row of doing anything else. So I technically have like 5 months of backed up personal affairs that I'm trying to blitz through. So please have patience with me. I am monitoring all of the fire situations. I am ready to go live at a moment's notice, unless, I just took a bunch of NyQuil for a fever like I did last night. And some crisis happens, Firestream returns. So remember to hit the notification button when you subscribe if you need, to know when live action happens. And this channel is from now on Wildfire Emergency channel and monitoring channel. And stay tuned for the others that I come up with, so that you can, people can feel like if they don't give a damn about my other topics, they don't get notified and irritated for no reason. I think that's the best solution. Thanks for being here, guys. Thank you so much for your support. I'm so proud of you. You guys did such amazing work coming out of the woodwork to help build Firestream what it was. There's no way I could have done it without you. I'm so humbled and amazed and grateful by all your support, trying to throw us all together so we have a good, smooth Firestream experience. And I can document the Wildfires interview, those affected, fundraiser in the works. Just really, I got to take care of personal affairs too. Thank you all for being here. I hope you all are doing well. I hope you're safe, that COVID is mild for you if you get it. I hope that everybody is going to have a happier new year. And I will see you next time. Good night, good night. Big hugs, everybody.